Good morning, everyone. Uh, this is the third day of the value added course online workshop on theme innovation in materials, techniques, and technology, and understanding sensitivity towards the built environment. The workshop started 2 days back on 28th June. This is the third day. On first day, three sessions took place that are panelists expert on innovation applications of AR, VR for Indian context by Dr. Anmol Srivastava. Second, that was the panel expert on building innovation modeling, information modeling, sorry, benefits for architecture and construction. Resource person was Mr. Manish Mancha. Third, panelist expert on environmental leadership by Mr. Jitendra Vishwakarma. That was on the first day. On second day, it's 29th June. There was three new sessions. That was first was an expert panelist on interior scaping infusion of nature inside the building by landscape architect. That is by Ms. Vidya Rajbhog. The second expert was on heritage and the sustainable development goals. Resource person by architect Tulika Rastogi. The third, an expert on scientific approaches of user study and design research for innovation by Mr. Nayak. So 2 days of expertise sessions was taken up by different eminent speakers. Now this is the third day. So taking this value-added course ahead on sessions with academic learning as per Industry 4.0. We are here with third day of value-added course. So today, on 30th June, there will be four sessions on expert panelist, Mr. Siddhant, on expressive interface, our second expert panelist on outlook of affordable renter housing for single migrant workers post-COVID-19. Speaker, Dr. Ruchita Gupta. Third panelist expert will be renowned name in building services and eminent speaker, Mr. Sandeep Goel, will share some knowledge on fire and life safety. Fourth panelist, which will be going to discuss about modular coordinates and construction techniques. That the expert is Mr. Yogesh. He will be discussing about the modular coordination. So moving ahead with today's starting session on third day, that is 30th June today. Now I would like to introduce Mr. Siddhant. Siddhant Kumar is teaching associate in Amity School of Design, taking up subjects like interaction design, game design, and UX design. His professional background is in production, design, and user experience in fields of e-learning, serious gaming, and creative productions, such as short films, music, art, and virtual reality stimulations. His academic qualifications are Bachelor of Design, Communication Design, and Masters of Science, Gaming Design. He also runs a collaborative design firm called Triangularum Services, catering to clients in areas of branding, merchandise productions, and 3D printing. I would like to invite and I would like to take out some time for our students and being a panelist over here. Siddhant, are you there?
Very good afternoon, sir. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Right.
Over to you, Siddhant. I would like to welcome you.
Right, sir. So good afternoon, everyone. I would like to welcome you to my presentation on expressive interfaces. I would like to really thank everyone here, all the panelists and the esteemed chief guests for providing this opportunity to me to express my thoughts on this really dynamic and interesting field that has emerged recently. Sir, I would just like the sharing rights so that I can share my presentation. Right.
Okay. Yeah.
So I hope this is visible to everyone right now. I'll just start off.
Yes, sir. It is visible.
All right. So once again, a very good afternoon to everyone. Today we will be exploring the topic of expressive interfaces. These are interfaces which express a certain type of information to the users. And just jumping directly to the definition of expressive interfaces might be a little misleading, or it might leave people a little confused. So I would like to kind of break this presentation down into a couple of general things about UX, then discussing expressive interfaces in general, and finally talking about a couple of design priorities that we need to keep in mind while understanding how to be a UX designer. So let's just jump right in, okay? And before we actually begin, I want everyone to know a little secret, like a big secret. But it's a secret that really helps in the process of UX design because it helps orient our thoughts in a certain way. And if you're ready for the secret, here it is. There. Everything is UX. Now, this might sound like a little bit of an outlandish statement at first, but think about it. You getting up to the sound of your alarm clock, that is a certain user experience that has been designed by a tech company to give you a specific kind of experience while doing your daily task. If you made a cup of coffee in the morning, how you interacted with the product, where it was kept, how proximate were the required ingredients, all of that actually contributed to the building blocks of what became the overall user experience. Even today, like we as a university, we function as a living interface where people come to achieve certain goals. And as their interface, we help them actually achieve that. So everything, everything is subject to the analysis of UX. And we can further say, like, we can just break the statement down into the fact that all human interactions, any sort, you know, any sort of human interaction with any sort of an interface can be analyzed through the lens of user experience design. So the topics that we learned in UX design are actually more related to how to make things efficient, okay? And with that, we can move ourselves into the next part of what I want to talk about. We will look at some broad definition and contexts and applications of UX design practices. And why are we looking at this? So that we can make the interfaces that we design expressive, effective, and memorable. Now, we will pause upon all these three words at different stages of the presentation, and we will talk about what it means. And to clear another myth about the UX market, that it's not all digital. UX applies to almost all disciplines wherever a consumer meets a service. You going to an airport and having the experience of a very smooth check-in or a very cumbersome check-in can be seen and analyzed through the lens of user experience. As a matter of fact, more and more businesses are looking for specialists who not only understand the business, they understand users, they understand trends, they understand psychology, and they understand design principles. So it's a very dynamic field, and it's a field with diverse applications. So whenever we think about UX design, we are generally thinking only about digital interfaces, computer stuff, and that is great. It's very much needed because we are living in a very digital age. This presentation being a proof of that. I mean, we constantly have to refine our strategies so that we can do better and better in the digital market. And with that, let me just bring out a couple of key points, how to take in UX design, how to look at this as a discipline. The first point I have is that UX design should actually be understood as a methodology of augmenting efficiency. We want to make processes efficient. It's very closely tied to ergonomics, actually. UX, I mean, if we want to be very loose with our terms, we can call it digital ergonomics if you want. Ergonomics itself is bent on efficiency. How long can you sit and work at a certain posture? How long can you actually listen to a certain instruction, and how easy it is for you to process and act on it? All of that is a part of ergonomics, like in general. And now, as we are moving into more and more digital oriented interfaces, part of that philosophy has become translated into what we call the principles of UX design, which we will talk about soon. Now, we've all said this, UI UX, UI UX. It's a very fun thing to say because I mean UI UX, just rolls off the tongue. And there's a reason why these two terms have become so connected with each other. UI has often been coupled with UX because almost all experiences that we have, the experience of like any kind of experience actually, is happening because a human is interacting with a certain interface that has been designed for a certain task completion. So it's always an interface. Me sipping a cup of coffee with the holding it by the handle, that's an interface that we are looking at in the most blank sense. Interfaces are needed, where two parties, they can't actually communicate with each other using the same language. It's interesting to think about it this way. If I'm driving a car and I have the set of controls over there, I mean, I can't use my human communication to actually tell the car to go wherever I want and do all the things that needs to be done. So there has to be a translator, something that translates my intentions into the mechanical functioning of the vehicle itself. And that can only be done with an interface which bridges the gap of communication. And all interfaces have a direct effect on how easy or how hard a task is going to be. So we can't actually think about an experience without actually considering some kind of an interaction or some kind of an interface. So this was that point. Now, the reality is that in most competitive markets, companies have to do everything they can to ensure the best experience for their customers. Um, if I order food online and I feel that they didn't put in enough veggies with the rice, I can file a complaint and they will have to come and they'll have to take it away and return it and go through all of those efforts simply because I think there was 10% less vegetables. It's a very cutthroat market. Companies have to go through incredible amounts of investments, incredible amounts of design research in order to ensure that consumers will stick to their brand. They want to ensure brand loyalty. And we want to make sure that our interface is modern, it's competitive, it's usable. And the problem here is that technology is moving very fast and trends are changing and they are dynamic and they're evolving. They are adapting to new stimuli every day. So we need a philosophy, we need some kind of a language or guideline to actually start designing for these kind of dynamic situations. So this should, I think, clear out that why UX is being looked at right. Something to just know about the topic of expressive interfaces is that any interface of any sort, it has to communicate or express something to the user. Now, this something could be instructions on how to perform a task. Like if I want to put an item in my shopping cart, the user interface should be oriented in such a way that it feels intuitive to do that. Something. If I made an action, like if I sent an email, if the screen just disappears after I press the send button, I'll still feel a little awkward. I want to go and check whether it was actually sent or not. So I'll have to do a couple of steps. Well, the better thing would be that the interface could just tell me that your email has been sent, confirmation. Um, if I make an error, the interface should be able to tell me that I have made an error. And this kind of a feedback also has to be, it shouldn't, how should I say, it shouldn't deviate the user or make the user feel that they are at fault. Because no matter how many times as designers we run this thought experiment that our design is the best and users need to learn it. Well, it's the other way around actually. We design for the users. And this argument will be brought up again and again in this presentation through some certain examples. Sometimes user input is required. Sometimes specific kind of confirmation is required. So interfaces have the burden of expressing all sorts of information. And this information could be of any category. It could be advertising information, it could be information that is requested from you, it could just be information on how to troubleshoot. And we need to figure out a philosophy of making interfaces that actually allow this to happen. Just moving on. I would like to break this whole presentation into 3 chapters actually, and not all of these chapters are equal in length. The first one I want to simply call the role of UX designers. I know that a lot of people are interested in this field, and I've been speaking to a lot of people from even students from different departments, and many people ask that what is the scope of UX industry, and what kind of duties are UX designers actually expected to perform? And it's never a straight answer. It's never ever a straight answer, because this question has so many layers, so many different variables involved in this whole picture. There's actually, I think the best thing to do would just be to explain what UX designers today have to do. Now, the second topic I want to talk about is the main topic of the presentation, that is, how do we actually express information using interfaces? What is too much information? What is too little information? What is insufficient information? What is um, information that can sound gimmicky? What is deceptive information? What is confirmational information? All these kind of things. We'll be taking a close look at that. Finally, after all of that, we just want to kind of even the playing field and just say, okay, like these are a couple of principles that govern design choices in UX design. And for anyone who is studying product design, for anyone who is studying any kind of quality assurance related field, like which has an application in the QA department of any way, you will figure out that design is actually an evolving process. And you just don't make a design and expect it to stay the same all the time. So there have to be adaptation strategies. And these strategies depend closely on certain principles that again rely on human psychology. They rely on what type of demographic is being designed for. They rely on what does the demographic actually need, and a plethora of other things. So these are the main headings of the presentation. So we can now start off with our first chapter. And it's simply called the role of UX designers. So as I just mentioned before, the industry actually presents a very diverse amount of roles. You could be a researcher, you could be a artist, you could be a person who tests, you could be a person who interviews users and understands their needs. You could be someone who is looking at data of the company and understanding how to modify our strategies so that the key performance indicators work as intended. KPI, we call it KPI, key performance indicator. Maybe it's a button that when pressed makes money for your company, conversion ratios. So all of these things in making sure that a service goes as smooth as possible requires design, research, information gathering, testing, prototyping, being artful, being aesthetic, being an empathetic person, understanding psychology, and again, many things. How about I just throw out some statistics, right? So 51% of the global internet traffic is from mobile phones. Like 10 years ago, nobody expected this. People thought that mobile phones are going to be mostly used for communication, and this quality of communication is simply going to keep increasing. But now mobile phones have become this dynamic tool that we have, which allows us to basically run our lives like all together. And I mean, I understand in some areas mobile phones are great, and in some areas mobile phones have actually caused some issues in the way we do our things. But definitely the trend in mobile technology is spiking. And all of these technologies, these rapidly emerging markets, they are going to require design science in order to communicate their priorities to users. I'll just show you one more statistic. And I mean, it's basically how long do people wait for pages to load on average. Now, there's nothing groundbreaking about this whole statistic. Like it can show you that 20 plus seconds waiting for a page to load. Only 20% of the users are going to do that. For 6 to 10%, for 6 to 10 seconds, 30% of your users are willing to wait for that on average. Now, you might think, okay, so what? Well, I mean, what that means is if your page loads 5 seconds too late, you might lose 50% of your users. Today, if I go to a website and it's not behaving, it's not behaving well, I don't feel like staying there. And neither would you, because there are alternatives. There's strict and severe competition in making good interfaces so that users stay on the interfaces. And a way of doing this is understanding what technology is required to load pages in the first place. So something as basic as this, how long does it take you to display your information, can cause your business to succeed or fail. So therefore, we need this discipline. How did we actually get here? Is this really new? Is this design science absolutely new and novel? I don't think so. And I will present some maybe unexpected evidences that this has been a sensibility since ancient times. Okay. How about this one? Ancient Egypt. Okay. What did they do? Some of the first forms of writing, some of the first forms of art were actually developed in ancient Egypt. And they had this habit that they used to depict their everyday life, processes, methodologies, how professions work, how families are organized on walls and on pillars and these kind of things. And they would put these things on prominent places where people would see it all the time. I can relate a modern heuristic of design to this exact thing. That is visibility of system status in a sense, or maybe help and documentation. Because if you depict your daily life in the form of art, you're basically giving instructions on how to carry out tasks. It's basically a prototype of giving effective, understandable information, and it's genius and it has evolved greatly till now. We can look at China, we can look at our own country. Both these places, they had some methodology, some science of figuring out how to organize spaces. We have Feng Shui, which talks about proximity. What proximity do things have to be and in which direction from each other so that their maximum effect and the benefits can be reached. And they had a complicated diagram, and so did Vastu Shastra from the Sangam literature. And it's interesting. Like many people think that it's all superstition, but it's not superstition actually. It was a science about how to orient your living space for maximum efficiency in a sense. And while, like all past methodologies, they were a little rigid. And well, due to progress in science and technology and building materials, construction processes, these things have evolved a little bit now. So the logic is still there. It's just translated and modified into modern contexts. And this is something that I really found interesting. And it's a nice bridge between a digital domain of UX designers and a physical domain of real architecture, real spaces, real interiors, and real way we organize our businesses, offices, and living spaces. Just moving on from this. Now, just in this past century, we have seen several trends, emerge, and we'll take a look at them broadly. I don't think anyone would be surprised if we said that the early part of this century was very, very war oriented. And, uh, you know, we try to look at how technology progresses. We try to understand what led to a certain invention. Well, most of the time, it's just human needs. People will invent the most bizarre and absolutely crazy things when they have to. When the first submarine was made, it wasn't made so that people could explore the oceans and everything. Like it was made so that it could sink enemy ships which were not expecting submarines. Um, all the ergonomics and all the user experience in that sense was focused on winning the war, basically. for most of the warring countries. Should we put two people in a tank or should we put one person in a tank? How would you change the interface so that one person could drive the tank? Is it even a good idea for one person to drive the tank? Well, the answer to this simple problem could mean whether your nation stays a nation or not, especially in certain European countries. And ergonomics is actually a derivative of human needs. What do we need at the moment, and what is the most efficient way of getting it? So this is what was happening in the early part of the century. After the war, we shifted more of our, the re-bringing of prosperity into the picture. Let's just call it. A lot of industrial ergonomics and efficiency in productions were created. Consumer ergonomics, usability standards were again things they were. It's happening, still happening now, but these were the times when they were really, really focused upon. And now coming to the thing that has caused this industry to emerge, that is the most important, maybe the chapter in the UX industry, that is human-computer interaction. It's really an interesting jump, okay, from what we were doing before, that is only operating physical products, and now we are interfacing with another canvas using a digital means. So this was a very difficult jump for people to take. Today we are almost born with a knowledge of how to get used to these things very quickly, but it was not a thing back then. If you think about it, the rocket that took um, 3 American astronauts to the moon, it had less processing power than a mobile phone of the year 2000. Today, if someone tells you to get into that machine, you wouldn't want to be anywhere near that machine. You wouldn't want to step inside something which has a processing power of a fraction of what you have in your hand at this moment. But this is the way it evolves, right? And human-computer interactions become more and more relevant as more and more of our processes shift into the digital domain. So that's just that. Later part, we are talking about organizational economics, how to set up a company, how to deal with customers, how to understand the different needs of customers, how to understand the different needs of a worker, how to provide the right conditions in the office. Like a lot of cognitive organizational economics were focused during this time. And from that time until now, we are looking a lot more at problem solving. We are looking a lot more at multitasking, understanding and evaluating our own design processes, human-centered design research. These are very, very modern things from that standard. Now, we might think that the progress happened very smoothly. We might think that, okay, one invention was made, then it was improved and it was improved and all the way smooth. Well, not really, because the problem is that it's very difficult to create intuitive design when technology is changing at the rate it's changing. You might have something today which might be absolutely obsolete in the next 5 years, absolutely obsolete, like no mention or use of the product at all. I sometimes give the example that fashion designers, accessory designers, back in the time when I was in my college, that 2008, they were very much interested in designing all of these wallets with security locks, and they were thinking in that direction. They were thinking that, oh, we need a way to put more and more money into the wallet, and we have to make our designs proper for that, and then we need to make the wallet secure, so we'll have a digital lock and all of those things. Did that happen? No. It's just that the method of money just changed, and today people carry much less cash than they used to. Another example which is very similar to this is the VCR. We have probably seen and used it at some point. And this is still a modern VCR machine, but a VCR machine nonetheless. It was more popular during the 80s and the 90s. When I was growing up as a kid, there was a VCR and watched G.I. Joe and, I don't know, Tom and Jerry on cassettes. And it was a staple object in many homes. So you could play the cassettes that used to come in the shop. You could buy them, you could rent them, Blockbuster. You could also record TV shows, and to do that, it needs to be programmed. Hmm, this one is a little interesting because on paper, it sounds like something everyone would want to do, right? It's Netflix 20 years earlier. Like everyone would want to do this thing. And yet there was some problem. And let's just look at what that was. I have a question. Is it easy to program a VCR? If you're curious on how to do it, well, that's it. That's all you have to do. And at the end of like they also have the audacity to write that's all. It's very, very funny. So I mean either you could read this whole thing or you could listen to my answer. That's no. It was not easy. One mistake in this process would make the process fail. I mean, maybe a critical mistake could make it fail. But still, the number of steps that were involved were too much. It was not a very intuitive process. You have to sync the clock of the television somehow to the clock of the VCR. And most people were unable to do that. And what resulted was simply the fact that most people couldn't actually get it to work. So, a feature that was intended to revolutionize the way the entertainment industry was working, it just didn't work. It's too complicated. Some people could get it to work maybe, but most people didn't. And I mean, people were thinking that, oh, are we too stupid to actually acquire and use a VCR? I mean, is this something that is rocket science? Is this something that requires you to have a very high IQ or something? And actually, no, because if almost no one can get it to work, then maybe the fault is in the design of the product itself, isn't it? Maybe there's too many steps. Maybe it's not intuitive. I mean, there are so many problems we can identify here, but it's very clear that things either work or they don't work. It's very, very difficult to get a case where a product is like 50% usable. It's almost unheard of. If it's intuitive, people latch onto it. If it's not intuitive, people drop off at a very disproportionate rate. And here's the thing. Um, there is a definition that we need to understand if we are to understand UX industry as a whole. And that's the definition of usability. And we have seen this exact same definition, as a matter of fact, so many times online. How well a specific user in a specific context can use a product or design to achieve a goal, you know, effectively, efficiently, satisfactorily. That is exactly what usability means. And we might think that it's the user's job to actually learn how to use the product, but it's a little different. Yes, they have to learn something, but it's you who has to accommodate for their needs, and it's you who has to accommodate for their learning process as well. Like you are responsible for your design's usability. If users are dropping off from your design, what's wrong? What's happening? Is there something in the process that is not intuitive? Is there something that is requiring maybe too much of the user, too much out of the user? Maybe they can achieve their goal in a simpler way using an alternate method. So we need a 360-degree information about this whole um, scenario. We sometimes talk about the UX honeycomb. What a user thinks, what a user feels, and how a user can use a certain feature. Some aspect of this is also explored when we discuss concepts like empathy mapping. That what is the user doing, what are they thinking, what are they feeling, and finally, what are they saying? They don't always have to agree with each other. It might be that they think something else, but they feel something else, and they are saying something else, but the way they're using it is not reflecting of all of those things. I mean, that is possible. It's very much possible. What I want to talk about is like these seven words together, they kind of account for a good, robust system, a robust service. Is your interface findable? Can people find it, access it easily? I mean, is it accessible? Can they access it easily? Usable. Does it really help them achieve what they want to achieve, or is it something that feels forced upon them? Is it useful? For example, is it something that now you're doing that is making your task easier than it was before? So we can say it's useful, right? Is it credible? As in, does it do the task with a certain quality and consistency? Can you rely on it? What about the fact that is it giving you a good feeling while you use it? Is it aesthetically pleasing? Does it give you the right cues? Does it give you the right type of feedback? Is it fun to use? Like, can we even dare to ask this? Is it fun to use? And once we have checked off these six boxes, I mean, any six boxes, we can get the seventh one. And we can just say, oh, if it's findable, if it's usable, it's accessible, it's useful, it's credible, it's desirable, then I can't help but think it's valuable. I would want to use this. I would want to rely on this, right? So usability comes from many factors, and these are just some words to kind of um, orient our minds into what users are actually looking for in products. Now, just another example for this, we talked about the wallet a second ago. Paytm is is great, right? I mean, I'm just asking. Several modern UX case studies talk about Paytm and how it has absolutely changed the um, way our country functions as a whole. It's again, it's derivative of PayPal. It was inspired by services like PayPal, but it has long ago like passed those threshold, and it has become a whole different type of app altogether. I mean, I can't help but nerd out about little about this, that how easy Paytm has made many of our daily activities. And there are other apps like this also, but Paytm is a little bit more prominent right now. It can help you pay your bills. It can help you pay anyone any amount altogether. The process of financial security has been a little bit augmented because of Paytm. It has changed the way we think about business now. It has changed the requirement, it has changed the game. We can say it in that way. And aside from Paytm, there are many other interfaces which are doing very well right now, and they are doing it because they understand like what users are needing from this interface. If you think Twitter is very intuitive, like ask yourself why exactly. What is there in Twitter that helps people stay there? Is it presenting you information in the right order? Is it helping you connect with your desired community? Maybe it's doing several things that we don't even notice. We have a saying, right? And just pulling this out of Nielsen Norman's book, Design of Everyday Things, that you don't really notice good design until something goes wrong. You know, you don't really notice design until something gets a little unexpected. So, continuing on that thought, we can talk about interaction itself and how we can conceptualize interaction as a scientific process. We have already defined what an interface is. Now, when you are interacting with this interface, you are basically in a cycle of input and output. And you are going to perceive this interface or this interaction in four layers. In game design studies, we study these four layers extensively, but it applies equally to general interaction and usability. Um, the moment you are presented with a new interface or a new device, you can't help it. The first thing you would notice are the aesthetics. What does it look like? What are the colors? How big are the fonts? What is the mood it is generating? How does it feel on your hands? Is it tactile? Is it compressible? I mean, these are the look and feel of the product. And no matter how hard we try, we can't notice this thing in any other order than noticing it first. We notice that first. We are visual sensing creatures, and what we see depends on what we think and how we react to it. It's very, very natural to notice aesthetics in UX first. But then immediately, like the moment you start using this thing, you will start to notice a new layer, that is the mechanics. How does it actually work? What are the inputs which are required to perform certain actions? If you press this button, what happens? If you press that button, what happens? If you pull down this menu, what are the options that you get? These are the hardcore, straightforward mechanics that are ingrained in the interface. And these are what governs how it all is designed to work. These are specific functions that lead to specific results. And once we start using an interface, after looking at it, we are beginning to use it. And this is what we notice immediately after that, the mechanics. once we are done with the mechanics, I mean, it's not like we are done with the mechanics. Like once we are using the mechanics for a certain amount of time, we will begin to notice some interesting relations between maybe the different features of the software itself, or maybe the relation of this software with other external softwares. Maybe you notice some kind of interesting feedback mechanisms. And this kind of a thing, which is a little bit subtle, we can call this dynamics. You don't notice it outright. You would notice it after a little bit familiarity with the mechanics. And this could be as simple as like if I have my phone's brightness at a certain setting and I walk out into a very sunny area, you would see that the phone automatically becomes a little brighter. I mean, you can turn that off, but I mean, it's a feature. That's a dynamic situation where an interface has been designed to react to the situation, react to the context. In the same way, if you bring a brightly lit phone into a very dark room, it'll do you a favor and kind of dim down a little bit. And all of these things get noticed a little bit later. You don't see this like the moment you look at the box or you look at the product. Interaction in this way can also be influenced by the dynamics that govern it. And finally, the last one, the thing that we sometimes notice, but most of the times we don't actually notice, that is technology. You won't notice this. I mean, and honestly, like good technology means you don't actually have to care about it. When I'm operating a computer, I don't care honestly about how exactly its processor is designed, or I mean, unless and until that's a part of my field, unless and until that's a part of my skill set. Using an interface, we don't really care about the underlying technicalities. We only care about them when something goes a little wrong. So we have conceptualized the exposition to interaction right now. So what tools do we have actually to build this thing that we're calling interaction? Let's take a look. So, I mean, let's just name some things explicitly. We have words. I mean, these are words right here. We have words to express our emotions or feelings or sentiments or instructions or whatever. We have words. We have been using them for a long time. Most of the people who are here, they might have heard of or used DOS in some point of their life. And I mean, if you write dir/p, it's going to give you a directory of all the items in a folder. You can press MD and you can write the name of folder. It will create a folder in the directory. This kind of an interface, which only requires text to work, that is a text user interface. DOS uses it. Linux was using a lot of text-based interface till a recent time. Now Linux is a much more visual interface, but it was very different like in the early times. Space is another thing that we have to work with. And graphics come in when we begin to use iconography, we begin to use color theory, we begin to use specific shapes and patterns to show some things to the user. So explicitly, these are the things that we actually have to work with while making an interface. We also have sound, of course, it's a big part. But looking at like just the overall like the layout of the things, like this is what we have to work with. Now we can add some nuanced concepts into this. It's just not enough to display the information. You have to give the user a path. You have to conceptualize what we call a task flow. How a certain task can be broken down into different steps, and how does the user move from one step to another, and basically how is the interface helping them in that journey. So that's path. Now all the information is not equally important, all the information is not equally urgent, so the order or the hierarchy of information becomes a very, very important thing. Just the way a web page is aligned, it can have a huge impact on whether the whole space is going to be cognitively usable or not. If I display kind of a unneeded thing in a very big button, most of the time people will just not interact with it, and it will lead to a waste of space, you can say, or maybe misaligned user priorities. Who knows? The right type of information has to be presented in the right type of order and hierarchy with a right type of emphasis, as a matter of fact. Now, finally, we have support. Now, support is simply any kind of interface feature or any kind of documentation guidelines that you can help that you can give to help the user in their process. Sometimes it can be customizability. I'm sure all of our Microsoft Teams, in at least in our mobile phones, look a little different because we have the option of removing some features. We have the option of bringing some features to the forefront. And as we use this project for a long and long time, we will just be using some of the features much more than other features. So, I mean, it's evident in our day-to-day usage. But does the whole interaction story end here? No, not really. Because once we have decided this, a lot of softer concepts come into picture, and that is why user experience becomes such an important problem. What are the needs of the user? Like, why would we even be interfacing with this interface in the first place? What do we need from it? Is if something is released in the market, would you just start going and using it passionately without any need or reason? I don't think so. Like, it has to cater to a certain task that you want to fulfill, and you really, really want to do that. And that's a tool that's helping you do that. So an interface will only be useful if it's helping fulfill the needs of the person, the needs, genuine human needs, you know. Are there any cultural factors involved? Should I put a red button in my interface as a confirmation? I mean, it depends. Some places it might work, some places it might not work. Some places it might produce the opposite effect. We consider red in a very different sense than the Western world would consider it. Like here, red could mean something auspicious sometimes. It could. It could mean something related to divinity in some way. It could, right? But sometimes red has been seen more as a visceral color. It has been seen as a color of alertness, a color of alarming, a color of urgency, you know, these kind of things, warnings. But in our neighboring country, China, red is seen as a symbol of good luck. It's seen as a symbol of auspiciousness. So when we take a look at cultural context of interfaces, you will see that different colors have been used in different places for different reasons. Sometimes orange is the confirm button, and people are very, very used to that. And when they see a green confirm button, they may be like, oh, this is something new. But for us, maybe green is a very welcoming color. Maybe green means go. Maybe green means accept. It means yes. It means so many positive things. It just depends on how green or red or blue or any other color plays a part in our culture. What are the steps? Now we get to this one. What are the steps that are required in this process? We are making an interaction with aesthetics, mechanics, dynamics, and technology. That's very good. But is our task becoming easier or is it becoming harder? Do we have to do more number of things to achieve the same thing, or do we have to do less number of things to achieve the same thing? It will dictate whether people find this interaction good or not. There can be many other things. What about the demographic, the age group? What are the professions of the people who you're designing for? What is the general lifestyle of the people whom you're designing for? What food do they eat? What language do they speak? How do they greet and meet friends? All of these things can become a critical factor in making an interaction intuitive. Um, and for example, the cognitive ability itself of children um, would simply prevent certain interfaces to be useful to them because they require more understanding of mathematical concepts, understanding of strict categories, understanding of hierarchies. And so when we design for kids, we don't want to give them an interface that looks like this. I mean, it has the small text and the proper, you want to make it colorful, bright, so that it challenges their imagination. It makes them think in fun oriented creative ways. Like that's what we want to design when we are designing for children. um oh, sorry. We talked about the cognitive ability. What about physical ability? If you're designing a switchboard and an elderly person who might have a muscular issue in their hand, what if they can't press that switch? Does that mean it's a good design, or are you suggesting that this older person should actually have been stronger so that they can use it? No, you design for physical ability. You design based on anthropometrics. And anthropometrics is just not in physical, like it's in digital. How bright does the screen need to be depends on how our eyes function. How big or small does the text need to be? How big do the keys of your keyboard have to be? How big does your pointing device or mouse have to be? All of those things rely directly on our physical abilities, and they cannot be overlooked when we are thinking about user experience. We can talk about familiarity and learning. So, are people already kind of familiar with this interface, or will they have to learn a full new range of things? Most of the time, I'm sure you will agree that people don't want to learn an entirely new thing to achieve a simple goal. Learning is difficult, it's taxing on the mind, and it requires a lot of energy. We can say, I mean, we can put the argument that, hey, learning is good, so why don't you want to do it? I mean, we don't want to do it because sometimes it just doesn't benefit us all that much. I'll give you an example. I spent 4 years learning ActionScript and Flash in my design academy, and Flash is extinct now. All of those things that were familiar to me have now been translated into a different software, and I have to relearn something to get that. So that learning was not very faithful. I mean, fruitful. In many ways, people already predict that, is learning this going to give us some kind of advantage? People ask me this question: should we learn coding? Should we learn art? Should we learn human anatomy? I mean, because people are very curious, about whether their mental investment into this action is going to be fruitful in some way. They want to make sure that their lives will be better after they learn something. And just learning something for the sake of completing a task is not exactly intuitive if you ask yourself the question. And finally, mental models. Is your interface challenging mental models? Like, are you presenting a completely new way of doing things which completely eradicates the old method? Do you think that is going to be very helpful? I can give you an example. Um, there was a website that was known as Dig, D-I-G-G, dig.com. And we can call it the Reddit of 2005 if you want. Um, So what happened with Dig was, I mean, it had a huge, massive user base. And what happened over there was that they decided that, okay, we are revamping our interface. The problem was they did it all at once. They just changed their entire interface overnight. And according to them, they had followed all the right heuristics of UX. They had followed all the right design principles. They had followed layout. They had followed symmetry. They had followed like everything. The interface was spanking, brand new, clean, great looking interface. What happened? Well, that service and the company completely failed. Well, because the existing user base couldn't adapt to this new one. Like it was just too sudden. You might have noticed that Facebook's interface has changed a lot, like since we started using it. But did it happen all at once? A small update brings a small change. So mental models need to be preserved in order to make them evolve even a little bit in some way. We don't evolve into completely new creatures every day. Like our evolution also happens in steps. Most people had, I mean, most people today, they have never had an appendix operation, but a couple of years back, appendix operation was just it could be with anyone. So just like our own evolution, we can't expect digital evolution to just happen overnight. It takes time. And the last but not the least is that actually other people are also competing to make a better interface than you are. They are doing everything they can to capture your users and make sure that they exist on their platform. How are you going to fight that? Well, a thorough understanding and analysis of the competitive market is very, very important when we decide to design an interaction. So, I mean, not only internal validity, I mean, we don't have the time to talk about validity in this presentation, but not only internal validity, but external validity has to be ensured. Ecological validity has to be ensured before an interaction can be considered that this is useful and this is the thing that we are going with. Some kind of experimentation testing is absolutely required. So we can kind of sum it all up over here and understand that understanding user needs, gathering information about user behavior, and aligning the business goals with human experience priorities. Like this is what contributes to the user experience market. We are doing research on what users want. We are asking them questions. Then we are putting them in contextual inquiries. We are observing them, how they work in their contexts. And then finally, we set up business goals. Okay, that we are going to do this. It's supposed to make this happen. and the users are supposed to benefit in this way, and therefore the users will come to us. So you need to align the business priority with user experience priorities. And that is how the market actually is functioning in the digital domain, if you think about it in a broad context. And not only digital domain, it's physical domain as well. You can have very bland looking coasters for your coffee cup, or you could have one that has a little puzzle made on it. Um, Using one over the other can have an effect on how the user is interfacing with your service. Talk about Starbucks again. If I have 12 of the same coffees in a row on 12 different days, I can get a free sandwich maybe. That's gamification. That, I mean, they're using that strategy so that people come over there again and again. So they have aligned their business goal with the fact that humans want to achieve something by doing certain steps. And we achieve that little reward by having 12 cups of coffee in a row. So we are happy, they are happy. So their business goals and our experience desires are actually aligned. Okay, so that was the end of the first topic actually. We are now almost ready to understand how we can express this information. I think we can draw a pretty clear picture on what is expected out of UX designers now. So let's talk about actually expressing information now. And let me just bring out some key points that we want to talk about. What are expressive interfaces and how can they affect the user? This is one of our key topics. Then we will talk about user frustration, user feedback, and different types of expressions that we can actually give to the user. And we won't just look at these expressions in isolation. We will compare them in a spectrum. Is this too expressive? Is this enough expressive? Is this too little expressive? I mean, we'll be looking at it in that sort of a format. And you can decide yourself which one do you prefer in what situation. Oops. And finally, this is a very interesting topic that comes up in product design as well as UX design, in game design, in all sorts of industries now. That where and when is anthropomorphism actually advantageous? And can it be that it's disadvantageous? Why and why not? Like, how does that relate to our psychology? We might have heard of the uncanny valley, you know, and it's a awkward little place where something appears to be human but just missing a small amount of humanity, and that can look very jarring, that can look very creepy in a sense. So there are subtle ways of doing this, and then there is like the over the top way of doing this which almost brings on the verge of parody, you know. So let's just dive in. Effective interfaces, that's our first topic. So here's the situation. Okay, imagine you just want to go to a salon and you want a haircut. I recently did that. But you know, like what happened when you actually enter the salon is a person just walks right in front of you. They block your way and they're smiling. They're very happy, and they smile at you and they tell you that, hey, welcome to the salon. Actually, can you please just fill this form and submit it to the desk over there before proceeding in and taking a seat? What do you think is going to happen? Are you going to feel a little awkward? Did you actually expect that to happen? That you just want to walk into a salon and someone gives you a form to fill? Not really, right? Some users might just walk off right then and there. Others will maybe try to negotiate. Oh, is this really necessary? I just want a haircut. I'm in a hurry and so on. So something that we didn't expect and it jarringly happened can break our cognitive flow in that sense. And we will be left with the question that was this necessary? Is this the way a real human interaction or natural interaction would occur? And the answer is no. You know, people are very much like people when they talk with each other. And when we try to make our interfaces more and more human, doing something like this can absolutely break that experience. And you know, surprisingly, this is a trend that we see everywhere. That the moment you are on a website and you're just scrolling, you're reading your thing, they're going to interrupt you and they're going to gate you. They're going to say that do this or else you can't go there. Um, I'm sorry to say, but most businesses lose a ton of users because of this. Give us a small notification somewhere that would make us log in. Give us a reason to log in. Don't just tell us to log in. We need maybe just information. We might have very diverse needs. So requesting information at a very awkward stage from the user in any scenario is not recommended. Yet we see this again and again. And that is what trends become like. The company that is going to break this trend, the company that is going to be more user empathetic, the company that will understand users today as human beings, they are probably not going to do this and they will win the game. They will have a percentage of users more than your users. That's the reality. So make sure that the user doesn't feel awkward. They don't feel affected in a negative way from the way you are presenting the things. We haven't even come to the design logic yet. This is simply the order of things that are presented to you. It can completely destroy your user engagement. Many a times, if I enter a restaurant and they give me a form to fill, I'll just walk out and go to another restaurant. Like that's it. If there is a waiting line, but they tell me to log into an app and wait over there, I might just walk off. I don't want to do that. It's much easier for me to just wait in line for 30 minutes than do that new digital experience that they're telling me to do. So understanding what is going to work and what is not going to work is only going to be reinforced if you do a lot of research. And we have to do a lot of research in how interfaces actually affect users. So moving on from this, we talk about the priorities of effective interfaces, and we say that the meaning of the word effective over here is just about producing a certain type of emotional response. Um, if people are happy, they smile. If people are sad, they kind of make a frowning face. They will give micro expressions for every little stimuli that they feel. And sometimes when a computer reciprocates a fraction of that, a part of that, like a computer will never, okay, I dare not make this mistake. I won't say never, but right now, computers are not capable of fully emulating human behavior. They're getting close. So when our interfaces reflect a little bit of humanity, a little bit of empathy, a little bit of sincerity, etiquette, it can result in a very interesting and a pleasurable experience for the user. Before we even think about it, just by default, humans have the habit of assigning human characteristics to things that are not actually human. We say that this machine is giving me a lot of headache. We say that this printer doesn't really like me. Well, I mean, your printer doesn't dislike you, right? Your microwave doesn't dislike you. But still, we feel very real emotions towards these things, and the way, the vocabulary, the mental vocabulary that we have to address these situations in our mind is that we begin to treat them as other human beings. And it's very, very interesting to what that results in. So yeah, we are affected by our interfaces and we react to them as if they are real people. So our interfaces should also account for them. So affective behavior can also cause an emotional response in others. For example, I mean, if we smile at someone, they smile back at us. If we wave at someone, they might wave back at us. This is it's a reciprocative set of actions. You want to perform an action and you want to get a response in return of that. So if a system is not giving you the responses that you need and is only asking you for inputs, you will not feel very comfortable in that environment. So it is important for at least fresh interfaces, like interfaces which are just greeting the user, to be a little human. And that will take your design a long way, a really long way, of incorporating some kind of, um, how should I say, some kind of behavior mechanics within the way the system flows. We have seen this example in so many products where we see a smiling face or a positive kind of an expression or graphics in order to present a very simple thing. So, I mean, this is an example from Apple. Like their Macintosh computers always had this kind of a smiley face. And I mean, it doesn't dictate whether a company is going to succeed or fail, but it adds to a subconscious relatability to the product that you're using. It's so small that it's barely ever talked about. But in its absence, you notice it. You notice that the interface feels cold. You notice that the interface doesn't um, forgive anything. You can feel very cornered by an interface if it is very demanding of the user. Giving some kind of human expressions from time to time can, again, it can make the anxieties go flat, but it can also go wrong. Um, so, I mean, just the accompanying text. So, well-known approach to designing effective interfaces is to use expressive icons and other graphical elements to convey emotional states. If you make a mistake, maybe we can use the red color to show that it's an error. Maybe if the thing was correct, maybe you could give a green tick mark. These things, like how we perceive colors, are very, very related to our biological senses and how our whole design history has evolved. And they work very well in interfaces. You can use expressive interfaces to tell the user what is the state of the system at this moment. For example, if you're supposed to be waiting, giving the hourglass symbol can tell the user that the computer is processing some information right now. If it was just just frozen over there, we might not think about, we might feel that something has gone wrong and we will not know what was wrong. But the hourglass is at least one degree of information that we get. Oh, the machine is processing something, right? Right, this is the point. Now, I want to bring us to another interesting story, and it's called The Tale of Two Interface Assistants. And they're just called Bob and Boo. Has anyone heard of these? I'm not sure. Or if you have, that's great. But Bob and Boo are actually kind of interesting examples of where this whole philosophy of expressive interfaces can go completely wrong. Okay. And we will look at this from the point of view an analysis of the law of unforeseen circumstances, also known as the Cobra effect. This has become sort of a mainstay in human factors literature, that we talk about the law of unforeseen circumstances, things that can go wrong, things that we did not expect. And why are we calling this the Cobra effect? There's an interesting story behind this, which I would like to share. In the early times of the colonization of the country, like under the British power, and again, we're not sure if this story is true, but it is something that gets brought up again and again. It's become kind of an urban UX urban legend in a sense. Um, so when the Britishers came here, they saw that there were a lot of cobras, and these cobras are dangerous and deadly. So they figured out, okay, we need to figure out a way of getting rid of all of these cobras. What is the best way to do that? We can't hunt the cobras. We don't know where they live. We don't know where they are. Maybe the local people will have a better idea. So what they did was they put up a bounty that, hey, you get us a dead cobra and we pay you something. Problem solved, right? No, nothing can go wrong in this picture, right? Well, things can go absolutely wrong because what people started doing was they started farming cobras. They were growing cobras in their backyard and they were killing them and selling them for a bounty. And soon, like the British, they caught up to this strategy. They were like, oh, this is not working. So what can we do now? We will simply stop paying for cobras, I guess, right? And they did that. And what happened then? The villagers were not getting any more money for the cobras, so they just released them. So in the process of eliminating cobras from the country, you ended up with more cobras in the country. And that is the Cobra effect, like in translated in the basic sense of the law of unforeseen circumstances. And Bob and Boo are also examples of the Cobra effect, where when you try something, it doesn't work out, produces the opposite result. So let's take a look at this. First one, the first one is Microsoft Bob. This was a software that used to come with Windows 95, sometimes Windows 98 also. And it was an interesting software that could reorient your desktop to look like a diegetic interface, like it looked like a home or room of a home. Now, some people were excited about this, but the problem that really happened over here was that it became extremely unusable, and they had offered many types of different themes, like the layout of the room could change. If you install a new software, it could pop up here. And they were trying something. I would give 100% praise and credit to Microsoft for trying everything. They really did try everything. And the result of this process is that they experimentally came up with better and better interfaces so that universally they can be used and recognized. And Microsoft Bob is just like another one of their prototypes which actually didn't work. But so many points to them for trying this. And there are some advantages, because we can convey a lot of information using dynamic icons. So a recycle bin expanding when a file is placed into it. I mean, we have seen this. We see this still. Something of Microsoft Bob has actually remained over here with us. Certain animations, they stuck around. Spoken messages, like Cortana is an example of that kind of a voice assistant, which they were initially trying to do with this Rover the dog, and several other feedbacks, like sounds which are indicating completion of actions. A new file is being downloaded, so give a notification for that. These are all things that contribute to the expression that interfaces bring with them. But this situation here, what we see with Microsoft Bob, this did not work, because look at this, right? Like, does this look like it's catered to a universal demographic? Not at all. It's catered to a very, very specific demographic, actually. And these are people who are maybe very visual or theme oriented people. It was not outright usable for everybody. And like, here's the thing, right? Um, this is a software which is making the computer look like interior of a house. We call this type of interface where the elements are representing actual mental models in as good detail as possible. We call them diegetic interfaces. Diegetic interfaces. For example, um, let's say my battery is not displayed, see a battery icon just drain. So that is more visual than the previous version. And this can go, you can crank this up to many extents, and we'll just see that. If we are imagining a VR shopping tour, if we think about the applications of VR as discussed in some previous sessions, we can very easily think of shopping experiences where VR is being used as a direct application. In this kind of a system, you would have to reach out, and you might have to grab something from a virtual shelf and put it in your cart. The action that you did for this is a very natural action. It's a natural user interface. And the fact that all the elements of this interface represent reality, it makes a diegetic interface. And again, this can work very well in some situations. Um, and like I said, this may work in some context, and specific video games, like, truly diegetic interfaces can actually be quite difficult to understand, and they require a lot of mental processing. Why do we use colors? Because we don't even have enough time to read. So we support this message with colors. When you see red, you automatically flick a switch in the mind. When you see a exclamation mark symbol, it automatically creates a certain response. Now, the problem is, if we start making everything diegetic and lifelike, you will have to process a lot of information, and this makes it non-usable. So here's one proof, right? Too much expression can lead to problems, and we need to understand where the perfect balance is. Now, in games, this actually works quite well. This is a game that is known as Don't Starve. If you want to play a survival game that really puts you on the edge, you should try this game out. It's an amazing experience. And some of the good things about this game is a lot of the interfaces, lot of the UI is diegetic. I can know when this berry is going to blossom just by looking at the pattern of the berries on it. If it was going to be closer to fruition, it would be more prominent. The clocks represent the seasons and they have colors. On the farms, you can see the status of your grown crops. You can see the temperature of the area by building this special interface. So a lot of the information about the variables in the game are communicated through realistic application of mental models. I can give you an example where this is much more subtle. Has anyone played this? I'm sure someone has played this. This is a game known as Aladdin, and it was on many computers, like especially when I was growing up, a lot of my friends had this. And the interesting thing in this is that how much life Aladdin has is actually represented by the expression of the genie. If it's a big smiling genie, it means you're at almost full life. If it's a kind of somewhat happy but a little awkwardly concerned genie, like here, it means you're halfway. And if it's a frowning or sad genie, that means you're almost out of life. This is an example of a very small application of this diegetic information process. Now, I have one more game to show you that is called Dead Space. It's a horror game, actually. And it's a game where you are a scientist and you have to uncover the mystery of what happened on this spaceship. Like something terrible happened here, and you have to figure out what happened. Now, this game wants to build a very specific kind of mood and immersive feeling inside the user. So they are not relying on any sort of an interface to actually tell you what is happening with the game. You are supposed to observe, you are supposed to look at your surroundings and figure out what's going on. This is great for a horror game because a horror game requires you to be completely immersed into the experience for the horror to actually do its job. So here it's useful. Now coming back to Microsoft Bob right here, when you start this thing, it's going to tell you, bow wow, where is the manual? There isn't one. When you want to do something, just follow your guide. That's me. As a user, that doesn't make me really feel very comfortable. It feels that the interface is dictating to me what's supposed to happen. I don't feel any ease or any freedom in this situation. It feels that I have to do a very specific thing in order to achieve my task. And again, not everyone finds this art style also very appealing. So there has to be some kind of a universality to this. Otherwise, this interface would just be a random experiment which some people get and most people don't get. Here's another example. Continue rover. What does rover mean? I mean, like honestly, what does rover mean to anybody? If you have grown up in the Western countries, well, it could mean something to you, like a dog named Rover, a literature over there. You could have maybe seen a couple of cartoons or movies in which they tell a dog, "Hey, Rover." Um, Rover simply means wanderer. I mean, the literal meaning, when we say he looked at the painting with a roving eye, it means the eye wandered all over the painting. So that's the meaning of rover. People who approach this from a very literal sense don't need or have the context of calling this dog rover. I'll give you one more example. In the United States, I actually saw a button for an elevator, and as an Indian, I exactly understood what that button meant. But one of my friends said that, look, there is a very interesting example of UX right here. I'll tell you, the button said the word lift. Okay, just said lift. Here in India, we have used this word lift so many times, like get in the lift, going up with the lift. We use the word lift very commonly when we are thinking about elevators. Not so much in United States though. Um, I I had a very hard time explaining to the waiter that I was looking for ketchup because I was saying tomato sauce and he had no idea what I was talking about. I should have just said ketchup. It's more relatable. It's more in tune with the sensibilities. So when we have words which don't fall into a certain context and they have to still express their meaning to a wide array of users, don't you think we need to be extremely careful with the terminology? Of course, right? We don't want to be casual with this. We don't want language to have too many flavors, okay? Because most people, they approach an interface from a very average mood. no matter whether your interface is supposed to induce fun, people will not inherently be in a fun mood while accessing the interface. So designing for some sort of um, global understanding and global average mood I mean it's important. You can't have too many expressions coming out of an interface. I mean that's the takeaway. Now we talked about Bob, and let's talk about Boo. Okay, so Boo is supposed to be a shopping assistant. It is something that runs as addition, is an extension to websites. And when you are using a shopping application, boo.com could take over, and it could help you make better shopping decisions and sort of just help you with your shopping journey. Now, already a couple of important things we can address over here is that how do users want to be treated by a machine? It's an interesting question. There was a research done on this, that should computers apologize to users, what effect would it have? And it was discovered that yes, they should, because it's proper etiquette. So it is perfectly okay to say, sorry, we couldn't send your email. It's perfectly okay to say that. But now here is we talked about cranking up the knob, saying you live in 3D, why not shop that way? Take your item for a spin. No, it's too much. It's literally pushing this theme and this language upon me. I wouldn't want that. Some users might want that. But if you have an assistant which is always going to embellish everything, it's always going to patronize everything, you're kind of going to feel a little suffocated with them. It's just a thing. Making things look very fancy, making things look very gimmicky, it might not work in every context. Sometimes people just want to put the item in the cart and leave. Like that's all they want to do. The shortest user journey possible. And if you burden them with so many steps in the process, chances are that they might look for an alternative solution to their problem. Let's look at what Boo does. So Boo insists launching several of its own windows. I don't like that, right? Why would I be looking at too many windows when I can look at just one window and do my task? I don't have the cognitive ability to focus on so many things. My own browser window is left with the message, nothing happens on this page except you may want to bookmark it. Oh, so you have taken away all my freedom from my original page, and now you're telling me to interface with this thing. Okay. I mean, that's just splendid, right? But it gets worse. There are certain things like patronizing feedback. Okay. How do we express the right type of feedback to the user? It's a big question. Sometimes the feedback can feel patronizing, and people don't want that. People don't like to be treated like children. Or how should I say it? I mean, it's as simple as that. Unintuitive task flows. Again, like I said, you don't want to be staring at 3 different windows. You want to be focused on the task that you wanted to do, and just do that, most probably. So if your task flow is not very intuitive, it's going to cause a break in the immersion. Unnecessary pauses. Like, okay, Miss Boo, I understand that you are my shopping assistant and I understand that you are here to offer me advice. But can I control how often do you give me advice? Or are you just going to give me advice at every decision? If you give no control to adjusting the usability of these types of interfaces, it just becomes annoying and repetitive. Because there are only so many things you can tell AI to do. And when a user is using the interface again and again, it's just going to become redundant very fast. So these unnecessary pauses actually break user immersion, although the intention behind it is good. Change from mental models. Again, we talked about dig. You don't want to change things too much. You want to bring changes in gradual steps. Whenever people say in a jury that this product is going to revolutionize the market, hold on. How novel it is? It depends on that. If it's way too novel, just no one is going to understand it. I mean, we talk about technologies like, I mean, if we take a look at Arthur C. Clarke, people who invented sci-fi, like they had like Arthur C. Clarke had three laws. Okay, and the third law is any sufficiently advanced technology can be mistaken for magic. And you don't want to present users with magic. You want to present them with things that are intuitive and things, tools that work for them. You want the machine to work for you. You don't want to work for the machine, right? So this is why we must preserve mental models. And we'll come to this example once again. And again, Miss Boo, um, maybe for some context, this name might be fine, but most probably, I mean, I can speak from personal, like when I hear Boo, I just think, oh, Boo. I mean, many people might not like the name. Maybe they think it's too childish. Maybe they don't think it's professional enough. They don't think it's sharp enough. So, what name you're choosing also kind of becomes a little, it becomes a problem-solving exercise. Now, we talk about effective aspects. Human-computer interaction has generally been about designing efficient and effective systems, right? So we are now moving towards considering how to design interactive systems to make people respond in certain ways. We want people to be happy with the interface, right? We want people to trust the interface. Today, we trust so many of our informations, our personal location and everything to interfaces. We say Facebook is spying on us. Well, you agreed that they spy on you. I mean, you need them to spy on you. Otherwise, you won't be able to complete your user journeys on Facebook. Facebook wants to um, work on the of your social and online interaction. For that, they need to observe you. They need to understand how you are behaving. What are your favorite groups? They need to track that so that they can suggest things to you. Um, so we need to understand like how to build interfaces which again adapt with the users, very dynamic. Users should be able to trust this interface, right? And users should be motivated to use this interface. We talked about the war thing. Humans are creatures of motivation, don't you think so? If we are motivated for something, we would do it. Like we would break every barrier and we would do what we are motivated to do. But that's the thing, like the motivation has to be intuitive. It has to be something that will actually help. We cannot harbor artificial motivation. As creatures, we are just unable to do that. Artificial motivation is an alien concept to us. Motivation can only work for us if it really helps us achieve something. A pat on the back, that's motivating. Saying that, hey, user, you did good, that's motivating. Want to try it again? You did great. That's motivating, you know. Someone praises a child once for making a certain interesting work of art. That it in itself can motivate the child to become a genius artist throughout thing. And no matter how many times you tell a kid that, hey, learning to draw is a good thing, I mean, it's not going to motivate them. What's going to motivate them is when their work gets validated and recognized, right? So this is the thing with interfaces. It has to be, it has to bring happiness, it has to bring trust, it has to bring learnability, and it has to be motivating for people. What about communication directions? I have an example from my personal, experience just last night. I wanted to set an alarm of 7 o'clock in the morning, and the moment I turned on my phone, this is the interface that I saw. I could input the alarm manually if I wanted, but you see something here, like it's an interface that is telling me that wait, I can do something else with this. I could maybe slide my thumb up and down on this little dial over here, and it can just help me set this much more intuitively with lesser number of thumb movements. And how is the interface actually communicating these directions to me? Well, there's a little bit of a queue here, if you can see. There's some numbers that are kind of popping in over here. It just shows me a queue that there's like this is a continuum. This entire line that I see over here is a continuum. And we talk about Gestalt principles. Continuity is a Gestalt principle. We are geared to notice continuity. We are geared to notice hierarchy. So saying that this 7 is a brighter yellow than these other shapes over here, it is just telling me that this is emphatic and this is reserved in the back. So the Gestalt principles, they don't need any explanation to people to be useful. They work automatically. They work on our psychology. And this is just an example of how simple things can communicate directions for the user, right? I can take a look at another thing. I do a lot of sound editing sometimes, and many a times I don't have the complicated interface in front of me. Luckily, my phone itself can accommodate for a full-fledged software for recording and editing audio in this app known as Fruity Loops. And here's the thing, it is an exceedingly complicated interface. Okay. And there are so many things that you can tamper with in this app. You can change everything about a song. You can record songs from your instruments. You can do all sorts of editing features on this. And to accommodate for this level of complexity, a very, very careful design methodology has been used for creating Fruity Loops. And I mean, there's a whole documentary available about the design of audio interfaces in general. It's excellent, um, like because audio technology in itself is not very intuitive. Very few people are into audio-oriented technologies because we're literally playing with waves over there. And how many ways we can mess with these waves, that is what is the sound industry actually. And creating an interface which accommodates for all of these things, I mean, it's truly a remarkable feature. Another effective aspect is expression through graphics. You know, we just talked about it. Colors, icons, sounds, graphical elements, animations, etc. They are used to make the look and feel of an interface actually appealing. Like how the interface is going to express itself. Like all these things play a great part in that. It essentially conveys an emotional state if you think about it. Like if I mean, I don't even have to explain. Like if just you just see this picture and you're automatic, oh, it's a happy face. It's a happy face. I feel a little bit happier when I'm looking. Um, this in turn can affect the usability of an interface, of course, right? Like what people are feeling while using the interface. We talked about the seven um, items of the honeycomb, and the usability will affect on what the user feels, right? What the user thinks at that time. And people are prepared to put up with certain aspects of an interface if the end result is appealing. So it's not like the task comes first and then only if the outcome of the interface is good, only then we are going to take any kind of drawbacks or any kind of design faults. We can forgive some faults, you know, as users. If the outcome is perfect, if the outcome is great and it's appealing and is aesthetic and is motivating and all of that, we are willing to put up with some of these things. That is how important motivation and self-esteem is to the user. They're willing to forgive design mistakes, right? Let's take a look at some of the things users do again. And again, it's about humans attaching human properties to non-human things. Um, well, it's just typing, but we make emoticons, right? Like we used to make emoticons. Sometimes today also we type in this short form kind of a thing. If we are mad, we would just make this. If you're sick, I mean, it's like a puckered up face or a happy face or a sad face or very angry face. You know, we express these emotions just with symbols. And when we do it so much, if interfaces also reciprocate a little bit, not too much again, a little bit like this, it can lead to a very human relatable, human relatability, you know, with the interface. Now, we talked about Microsoft going through a lot of hurdles in order to make their interfaces friendly. And there's a very big reasoning behind this. We live in an era where people have still not completely grasped the digital landscape. And there are people who actually don't like technology very much. They are technophobes. You know, they think that technology is making things too complicated and we don't want to interfere. We prefer the simple life. Lots of people were there like that during the 90s. But you know, work had to go on. We had to motivate people to get into this thing. So we had to make our interfaces friendly. We had to make them appealing. We had to make them marketable. You know, some people might have noticed Clippy, the little clip that was an animated PowerPoint assistant in the past. These kind of friendly characters or avatars really, really help to make these small human connections between different interfaces and the users. Look at 3D metaphors based on familiar places, like living room. We click on the start button, you know, we throw it in the recycle bin. All of these things, they are mental models When we are sending a mail, well, we are not actually sending a envelope of any sort physically. It's just digital signals, but we don't represent them as digital. We still represent them as the mental model of what a mail looks like. If you check your latest phone, the phone icon still looks like an old phone. So again, 3D metaphors in a sense. And again, we talked about agents in the guise of pets. People really love their pets and they think that pets communicate, but they communicate in a different language. So it's the same kind of thing for these interfaces. Think of them as digital pets, and they kind of help break down the functioning. An overall understanding of what friendly interfaces are and why we needed them. We needed them because we needed to bring people into digital world so that we can continue to exist. So all of this is just required to get basic people to do basic work. That's it. Um, we have another effective aspect, frustration. Not all interfaces are, super awesome. They might frustrate the user. Why can we get frustrated? Well, we are trying to do something and the application is not working properly. It's just crashing, it's giving me error messages which I can't understand. Maybe the system is working in a completely different way than we expected. Maybe it doesn't do what we want it to do, but it does something else, but it's still communicating that it does what we want it to do. Let's say I go into an interface with some expectations, and those expectations are completely shot down, like it didn't deliver. So if my expectations are not met, I'll be frustrated. When a system doesn't provide sufficient information to enable a user to know what to do. I mean, I want to do a step, all I need to know is how to do it, and the system is not giving me that. It's a cause for frustration. I don't want to go to a different website or open up a book in order to learn what the interface is supposed to do. The interface should be intuitive enough to allow the user to understand a basic amount of it. The most uh, the most common reasons for the frustration, although, is error messages which are vague. I mean, you don't understand what the error is. Just shows you a string of numbers and just error. It's so frustrating. You don't know what went wrong. The blue screen of death, the infamous blue screen of death, happens without warning. You don't understand what happened. It tells you that here is the diagnostic log of messages. You can download it, you can send it, but you don't understand what happened that caused the blue screen. So these things are extremely alarming to the user. They're like, oh my God, like everything, it's all over. Like everything is beyond our control now. And the last one, again, we talked about this. When the interface is very garish, noising, patronizing, gimmicky, people don't like that very much. So I think oh, right. Let's do this little experiment again. And we want to find the sweet spot. We want to find the perfect balance. Which of these error messages do you like the most? Well, the first one is just error, alien language. Okay, cancel. It's horrifying. And even the last one is a little, it's a little jarring also because it makes me a little uncomfortable. It makes me a little anxious. I don't want to hear a detailed essay on how I messed up. Just tell me what the problem was and how to fix it. That's it. That's all I care about as a user. And here, error in form submission, 2 fields are blank. This is enough for me to go back and do this thing. But both these other extremes, they will result in user frustration. And let's try to draw a parallel by looking at another case. Let's try to find the sweet spot this time, right? Why do we need a sweet spot in the first place? Let's try this experiment again here. Let's say you enter a system, you just opened up the interface, you double click the program, and this is the first message. Welcome user, start task number 3. Okay, cancel. You might think, okay, I mean, sure, start the task, I guess. Or a better way would be, I said, welcome back. In your last session, you were on task 3. Shall we resume? A green go to task or skip. This is giving me, although it is the same thing, it is creating a better foundation for me to get started. It is setting the right tone, it's setting the right mood, it is setting a right environment for someone to enter into a system and start working. And it is related to human etiquette. See, the thing is, in everyday life, we ease ourselves into activities. Even if we're about to have a very serious 30-minute meeting, we might want a 30-second chit chat before that, just to let go of anxieties and kind of even the playing field a little bit. Interfaces should reflect a similar etiquette. And whenever this has happened, it has led to a better user experience overall. Now, you might have seen that in one case, the short message was better, and in the other case, the long message was better. How? What actually happened here? Um, well, we can talk about the validity of anthropomorphism here. When does human-like behavior work and when it doesn't? So Reeves and Naslik, they found that computers that flatter and praise users in education software programs, they actually have a positive impact on them. If you hit the right answer and they tell you, great job, you're on your path to be a genius, even if this message is exaggerated, it will give you this feeling that, like I've been rewarded for something good that I've done. And your question makes an important and useful distinction. Great job. That kind of a thing. People are more motivated. They feel that their actions are validated, they are noticed, and they are rewarded fairly. So people would be willing to continue to work with these exercises. Positive reinforcement works very, very well when the rewards are clear and it's given in the right flavor. Now, on the other hand, deceptive feedback, it can make people very anxious. It can make people inferior. It can make people feel stupid. You don't want that. Although in our human interaction, sometimes we don't use the right type of words to deal with people. You can absolutely not make that mistake when you're making an interface. Now, the same thing. If a computer's program is waving their fingers at me like this and is saying, now, Chris, that's not right. You can do better than that. Try again. I might feel, is this interface making fun of me? Is it insulting my intelligence? Maybe I just made a silly mistake and I don't need this, right? Maybe a more impersonal comment like incorrect, try again, just do the job just fine. You know, Personalized feedback is considered to be less honest and makes user feel less responsible for their action. Now, in some situation, you want personalized feedback because you want users to learn that, hey, you did great, do it again. And sometimes you just want to tell people, oh, this was wrong. But then you don't want to lecture them on why. When people make a mistake, they know that they made a mistake. Just tell them that they made a mistake. That's it. Another thing we can talk about with again some like takeaway experiments, that users like to be praised for correct actions. They want to be given praiseful feedback for correct actions, and personalized feedback, recognition, and validation when they do something right. Users do not like overly detailed, judgmental, or rhetorical negative feedback for wrong actions. Just the information that an error has occurred and this is what to do to fix it. That's usually enough. Don't need anything else. Look at this: wrong answer, retry, versus really, come on, you can do better than that. Try again. You might prefer this. Why all this emphasis on the mistake? Like, what are we achieving from this? So this effective aspect, validity of anthropomorphism, it is actually extremely important. We need to know when to behave like a human being and when to not behave like a human being. Because see, again, the goal is not to make the interface look like a human. The goal is to augment efficiency. The goal has never changed. All we want is the user should be able to perform the task, do the thing that they're supposed to do, and leave. That's it. No gimmicks, no additional extra information. Read the situation and design your interfaces according to that. Now, some pictures over here, validity of anthropomorphism. We already attach these human characteristics to things that are non-human. Some places it can work very well, some places it might just become a little jarring, as we saw. In this situation, if you have lights and a watch that kind of reflect expressions, it could be an interesting thing. People might not mind it too much. But if this voice, if this interface or this watch becomes An interfering element from a human standpoint in your day-to-day life and activity, you might just turn it off and be like, okay, I don't want to interface with it. So there are times when we consider this, and there are times when we shouldn't consider this. Can take a look at a few more examples maybe. And this is simply, again, anthropomorphism. Some Japanese dustbin, and I can't help but smile when I look at this because I mean, this looks like a goofy face to me. And people might be more interested in throwing a garbage in this. And the funny thing, even if you throw garbage in this, it can make a slurping sound as if it ate it. So there is a human property that has been attached to this interface, and that makes it a little bit more relatable. Although it's just for throwing garbage, it would work. But you know, there are some places where anthropomorphism can make things very awkward. Look at this chair. Oh my God. I mean, I'm not going to sit on this chair. Not happening. It's too creepy. Something about it is off-putting. It's very human, but not so human. So I'm left at an uncanny place. Okay, so the uncanny valley, and just let's just move past this. That picture is disturbing. Finally, the last topic of the day: principles governing design choices in UX design. 4 priorities we'll discuss. The interface should be easy to grasp and learn to basic level. It shouldn't be rocket science to get into. The interface should follow universal conventions and sensibilities. We saw with Rover why that was not a good design decision. I was going to tell you about the lift, the elevator in the lift. The place where the lift button was there, people had actually tried to lift that button as if there was more controls underneath that button, and I just laughed. This is classic. This is UX. It's unmistakably UX because this basic convention can cause people to behave in a completely different manner. Preservation of mental models, yes, huge priority. You don't want people to simply adapt too many times. I mean, think about it. We go through such a long learning process before we become contributing adults to society. If we just change everything about our interface, well, I mean, all of that is kind of gone, right? So we want to preserve mental models and gradually improve them. And again, universality. It should allow the user to achieve whatever goal they had in mind. No matter whether they are from a different country, no matter what language they prefer, no matter what level of their skill, it should accommodate for easy features, hard features. It should account for universal understandability, learnability. So our first topic is just looking at problem solving. What is the problem? You know, and finally, like, is the problem one problem or is it a situation that is made out of several small problems? When we look at all these problems together, you know, we come up with this concept of problem space, and UX designers have to dig into this problem space and figure out solutions. So that's why we call ourselves problem solvers. So, I mean, we are asking the interface, is it giving too much information? Is it giving too little information? You know, is it readable? Is it understandable? And this is, we are talking about how much information to give the user when they are relying on a machine to guide them through a busy traffic. It's a very serious problem, isn't it? Generally, our strategy for tackling these problems follow this kind of a pattern. Okay. Now, we can define the problem space itself as the entire range of components in a problem solving process. Entire range of components, human factors, the temperature, geography, sensibilities, technology, everything, like all these things, like these little components would be the problem space. And how we go about solving this problem, I don't want to go into much detail, but initially our strategies is divergent. We want to figure out multiple ways of addressing the problem, not have a unilateral method bias. Like, we don't want to go with a mono method. We want to try different things. We want to check validities of different solutions. And we first diverge, we evaluate pros and cons, and then we converge because we are checking the right checkboxes and we are thinking, okay, this is our priority, we're keeping this. This is our priority, we're keeping this. Oh, by keeping this priority, we're losing that, but it's better, so we're keeping this. And we finally converge upon what we call the solution. But the problem is far from over because the work of the designer has not even begun. Like, once you know the solution, you need to figure out that what interface will you make so that users can actually reach that solution. And that is the whole point of prototyping, ideation, presenting different samples of the same interface to different users and see which one works. We talk about A/B testing. It's so important. Like, just show two versions of the same thing, and people will tell you, oh, this is better, this is not as good. Problem solved. And these convergent and divergent strategies are the general method. Like the problems are solved in most fields, scientific fields, because it relies on experimentation, it relies on testing of hypotheses, and it relies on making solutions which are global. So this is that. We have, as humans, a process of explicating assumptions. So what that simply means is we always ask questions, we assume things. Are there any problems with an existing product? What are the problems? Why do you think there are problems? And we think, why should our ideas be useful? Why would our interface be better? And do we really think people are going to change and adapt because we are presenting them a better solution? What if they don't want it? Um, how will the proposed design actually support people in their day-to-day activities? Are people identifying the same problem as you are identifying? Are they on the same page? Will it really help them? And we can come to examples of other types of questions, like why exactly are we implementing a feature? What is the need? What is it going to do? Who is going to benefit from this feature and how? Like, unless we have a concrete evidence and tested evidence, we can't really claim that something is going to affect someone in a positive or negative way. We have to test it. And the outcome is so important. Like, has the task of the user actually become easier or has it become harder? We need to ask this question. We need to explicate these assumptions into the problem solving process. And here's another interesting one. People will use my interface because I think it's logically better and will produce better results if done correctly. Famous last words of a UX designer who's not even a UX designer actually, because you can't think like that. Changing the world because you think is better. That's how supervillains are born. The thing with user experience is that we design for people's needs. So I design for people's needs and understand users as human beings who are trying to achieve goals with my design. These are words of a UX designer who can empathize. We haven't talked about the design process and empathy and all of these things, but empathize is such an important skill, like being able to generate empathy for your users. It cannot be overlooked. Let's take a look at another question. Are we problem solving or are we innovating? What is happening? Are we inventors? Are we problem solvers? Are we technical experts? Are we designers? What's happening? Well, we can take a look at a simple phone, right? And like imagine this phone just came out. You could look at it and be like, oh, all my problems have been solved. Like there's nothing to achieve after this. We're done. You can call someone. I mean, it's brilliant, right? 1982, yeah, it's brilliant. But if you think about a call center, when there have to be phone calls like every moment, and you have to keep doing it again and again, the dialing speed, making that process faster can result in a huge financial gain or loss for your company. So even if there are no problems, you find problems. You find problems because, again, UX design is a methodology of efficiency. We could get something, an evolution going in this way, make it wireless. It could have more and more functions. Today, what it has brought to is people can complete their entire university degree on their phone. You can become from a 12th pass out to a doctor just on your phone. That is the power that interfaces have brought to us. Is it going to stop here? No. We'll have smarter devices. They say that they're solving problems, but it's actually innovation. It's what we can do with our growing technology and how we use this technology to solve people's problems. Devices will just get smarter and smarter. We're already looking at eye gear, smart eye gear, Google glasses and things like that, augmented virtual reality, and how it is going to transform the way we do business. We are looking at prospects of shared intelligence, like this will happen in our lifetimes, that people will be able to combine thinking load. And who knows, like what will happen in the future? Maybe we give up our individuality altogether and we become a pulsating, matryoshka brain kind of a thing, which is reminiscent of sci-fi rather than any practical reality. But it could happen. So, is it problem solving or is it using innovation to make our lives better? Well, you can call it the either. And that is the best part of it. It's an ever evolving process. And like we said, we need to preserve mental models. Imagine a violinist who has dedicated their whole life to learning this music, right? And suddenly some, wise guy designer from a science university comes and says, hey, we have solved all your problems. Like this new device is going to completely change the way you make music. Do you think this violinist cares? Not really. Because they have honed their art by doing things a certain way. We can't expect them to change everything. Is it really helpful? Like we might want to ask. When we make all these features, like of viewing different colors, of making interfaces more dynamic, when we use different types of fonts, a lot of our friends, we have slight amount of maybe dyslexic symptoms within us, and that might make us look at words in a it can cause confusion between the shapes of words, and therefore reading becomes a little difficult. Are we going to leave them behind? No, we are going to make better and better interfaces so we can help them, right? And I mean, it could be a big problem that is being solved or just a little problem that is being solved. But making your interface express the right thing can really, really change the way something is done. Is it helpful? Well, it has to be. Otherwise, it won't survive. And everyone, this is what brings me to the end of the discussion. I had to rush the last part a little bit because we're running out of time. I'd also planned a small demonstration, but some other time, I guess. It has been very interesting to talk about all these diverse topics, and I would really want to end this by saying that, repeating that UX design should be taken as a methodology of efficiency. Okay. By expressing the right information and streamlining task flows, we actually practice the art of user experience design as it evolves and adapts with our dynamic technical and user-centric ecosystem. So thank you everyone for listening. And I would like to entertain any questions and comments at this point. I could roll back to a previous slide where we just look at our priorities. Right. So any questions or comments regarding the entire presentation I could take now? We have 15 minutes, I believe.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Siddhant. We were there and we are listening to you. And that was seriously a very wonderful session which you have taken up with the everything in US. So that was a wonderful session. So I think so. There are questions are already there.
I could just maybe.
There's a question from Suparna Sarkar, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Siddhant, do you think some of these courses could be included in the course curriculum? I think she's asking from the point of view of architecture and interior design students. If I'm not wrong, Suparna, ma'am.
Well, ma'am, as an maybe as a foundational exercise, there could be a version of this course presented in a way which just makes people realize the value in efficient design. The course itself can be very diverse, and only the necessary things for the architect and the interior design students, something can definitely be crafted to create the cognitive fundamental framework for learning design and architecture in general based on UX.
Okay, thank you for solving this query. I hope this suffices the question. Suparna, ma'am.
Yes, Siddhant, thank you so much.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Actually, I do realize that a very detailed, kind of thing cannot be included. But at least, something to sensitize the students that they know that these things are possible. And of course, many of them start doing, the rendering software and all. They are used to it. From the second, third year onwards, they start doing all this. But getting into the core, software design and these type of things, for me, like it is very much Greek. I can understand, but if you ask me to do at the stage I am in life, it will be very difficult. But for youngsters, they would take to it like fish to water. So I think we must start something of this sort, maybe during the summer courses or sometime, I don't know. But some kind of awareness courses also we can start. So that's why I asked you this question.
Absolutely, ma'am. And I think it's a great idea and it will contribute to the overall learning process. And we can open up a dialogue about this sometime in the future, that how we can
Yes.
implement such a feature.
Yes, definitely. Because this is the way to go, because what we are doing, manual drafting and all, is fine to get an understanding of what is to be there. But later, if we want to do well internationally, then we need to, explore a lot of other dimensions.
I have thoughts about this, like some personal thoughts about this, ma'am. In my master's education, what I noticed was that well, the courses in USA, they are actually a bit easier than the courses that we study over here. But what they have done is they have created such an amazing user experience for the people over there that they are willing to really relate to that system and be very, very networking kind of an individual in that process. And it is something that we can slowly begin to garner in our own system, that explaining people about the usability aspects in the very beginning, so that it's a knowledge that is fundamental in the overall process. Um, Sometimes people learn about this concept in year 3 or year 4, and by that time it's already a little late. So the earlier we get down
Exactly. I think the first year itself is the best time, because that's when they are most receptive and very excited to learn the new things. So a little bit of, this, and maybe the tougher subjects could be relegated to some of the senior years. I have also got feedbacks from my students that it's not very difficult when you study abroad, especially in the US. You have to do a lot of hard work, but it's not very tough. And Indian students, therefore, they manage very well because we are, really grilled here properly. And
right. I mean,
as, as you
it's quite
said,
funny, honestly. Like, but it's a reality, ma'am. It happens.
but I have found that somewhere software sort of frightens us, as you rightly addressed the issue. A very nice presentation, Siddhant. Very
Thank,
nice.
thank you, ma'am.
I really like the way you explained many of the other concepts. Like what is the meaning of rover and all. People generally don't know, because English is not our mother tongue. So there are many idiomatic things and many other things which we do not know.
Right. I mean, I myself had to look that up because
Yes,
I had no context except some
yes.
cartoons, some films.
Because we don't grow up with it, it's not
So,
spoken.
Pranam ma'am, you are in the panel. I would request if you could just put on your camera that is enabled.
Shalini, there was
Just
some
to make
problem with the
interaction
camera.
a little more lively.
I know,
Acha,
I know. There was some problem
Acha.
with the, otherwise I would have
Right.
switched it
No
on.
problem. No problem, ma'am.
Any,
Students,
out.
we would request.
I was just saying,
I
any
have to
questions
work it
from the
out because
students?
my session is also coming up, so I have to, some command has gone wrong somewhere.
Been given in
Yeah, actually the
wonderful session by Siddhant. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am.
Earlier, please off the camera because internet connection is not good.
Any
Something,
questions from the students who are looking at?
We waiting for the
Yeah,
questions, Siddhant.
till now, Siddharth sir, till now there is no question I can see, as you have explained very clearly, and the concept and the other details you have explained very finely to all the students. So I think so there is no doubt till now. So if they have, then they will post it within few more minutes.
Sure.
Waiting for another 2-3 minutes.
Right. So everyone, if we can conclude it right here, I could maybe unshare my presentation and leave some time for the next preparation, if that's okay with everyone.
Yeah, sure. If it's fine with you, and in fact, no students have posted till now any kind of questions. So, okay, thanks to Siddhant, and that was really a nice session with you. And
thanks.
Umesh, there is a question I can see. Excuse me. Yeah, Umesh, there is a question I can see.
Yeah, I can
So,
see. Yeah, now
one of the students, Unnati Makhija, has posted that what is the process one can follow after creating a prototype, and also how well does one need to learn coding for UX UI design?
yes.
Well, it's a very, very interesting question, and it's a question that, again, it's asked a lot, especially in today's time. For the first one, it actually depends on at what stage have you made your prototype. Like, have you made a prototype in the very beginning of your user, I mean, in the very beginning of your project, or is it something that has evolved in maybe the middle to late part? So, I mean, the purpose of prototype is testing. You want to show this prototype to as many users, and not only your classmates or your teachers, the intended users for which this one has been designed. Show it to the demographic that is designed for and tell them, hey, do you think this is going to work? And even with the simple, very simple prototype, a low fidelity prototype, you can get a lot of your testing actually done. So a process that is followed after the prototype, testing. Testing in as many ways and flavors, getting as many opinions about your design and making it foolproof as possible. So that's the first question. For the second question, how well does someone need to learn coding? It depends actually on the industry that you're targeting. Like I said, not all UX disciplines are in the digital domain, but the ones that are in the digital domain, well,
Yeah.
do you just want to be a junior designer or do you want to be a lead designer? Do you want to be a producer? If you want to be a producer and you want to lead a design team in a digital field, you need to know some coding. You need to understand the language of the people whom you're working with. So you don't have to be masters of coding. You just have to know enough coding to understand what coding is and how you can use that same terminology, that language to communicate with your coworkers. That is the most important part. And that's why we include coding in our course, because most of the people are going to get jobs in digital avenues and they are going to require this knowledge at some point.
I hope
Exactly.
this is fine.
So I think there were different stages of the development of prototype. You can just incorporate the softwares at different levels. So it is, I think, well explained. Any other questions we have from the students? Umesh, can we see other questions?
No, I just can't able to see another question.
I think that's the end of it.
Okay.
Anyone who is attending this conference, you can anytime write to me or message me personally, send me an email. I would be glad to reply and like clear any doubts, maybe over a phone call, personal phone call or something. I'm there to answer any questions regarding it at all times. So
Yeah. You can text it over here in this chat box, your email ID, contact number, so that
Sure.
the students can contact you.
Oh,
So
I think I have sent it to the host privately, but I mean, right here. I think I can.
okay, we will just share it to the students.
Right.
Yeah. It's S. Kumar 63, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
So thank you so much, everyone, for your time and giving this opportunity. And hopefully we will continue on the path of UX design from this point forward.
Definitely, Siddhant. Thank you so much for this time and effort. And I think this is something very, very exclusive that has been given to the students. So thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
I know
thank
you're traveling, you have your family commitments, and there's a lot that is happening with you, and still you could just take out this time. Really commendable on your part. Thank you so much for, I think it's good 2 hours we've taken out of your time today.
I absolutely
Right,
loved it.
thank you so much. Yes.
Would do it again and again. No problem.
Yeah, I know your commitment and your dedication, I think, is more than appreciated. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Siddharth. Yeah.
So we
Uh,
still have time, Umesh, for the next session.
Yes, actually, I am seeing the next question. Okay, if Siddhant is there, Siddhant is on now, I think so.
Yes, sir. I'm still here. Just turned off the feed.
Developing a website, I'm sure UX UI plays a very important role, but for a beginner, how shall one proceed? This is
It is not
question
a
from
question.
Raj Sharma.
I I have something that maybe I could quickly bring up, if possible, or
Yeah.
maybe not.
Quickly break up. Yeah.
Really quick. It's just a starting point for what I think would be a great thing for any. Okay, that's a lot of presentations. So I mean, in the very first like absolute first lecture that is there in the UX design. So we ask, you want to be a UX designer? So just understand that UX designing is simply the act of deciding. It's an act of deciding what the interface should look like, you know. And I don't know if the pictures have loaded, but the first thing that we should understand as designers is that listening is the most important skill of any designer. It is step one to becoming a researcher. And you must observe listening in the same way a child does listening. Assume nothing, observe everything. Like that is the first step. How much information are you taking from the world and how you are synthesizing it into design decisions? Become a good observer, become a good recorder, a good listener. And that would be the first and probably the most important step to actually picking up UX design. It's very research based. So that's what I would like to say. Oh, there it is. I mean, you should also be
Okay.
good with the word listen, but I mean, that's where I would start off.
Okay. I hope this have answered Kunal Sharma's questions answer. Okay, I think so. There is no other question. Okay, thank you, Siddhant.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you
Thank you,
once
ma'am.
again. Okay, there will be a next session from 2:30. So the 2:30 is the panelist, Dr. Ruchita Gupta, which will be talking about the outlook of affordable rental housing for single migrant workers post COVID-19. So till then, we can have a break for 15 minutes.
Meantime, Umesh, you can make the panelists join and we can have a dry run. And we'll check on if she has a presentation so that technical things can be taken up.
Sure.
And
She have already
simultaneously, we can have a 10 minutes break also. Yes.
Yeah. She have already joined in between, so she have some work, so she left in between. So
Okay.
it's not easy. I'll just check with her again so that the session can be started. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope now everyone is back. So our next session is of Dr. Ruchita Gupta on outlook of affordable rental housing for single migrant workers post COVID-19. So firstly, I just want to introduce Dr. Ruchita Gupta. Is presently working as an associate professor in Department of Housing, School of Planning and Architecture, New Delhi. She is an architect and planner. She has done her PhD in 2003 from Department of Architecture and Planning, IIT Roorkee, and Masters of Planning Housing from School of Architecture and Planning, New Delhi, in 1999. Her area of interest and research for housing, low-cost housing, design intervention in slum areas, alternate buildings, materials and technology, and sustainable habitat. She has guided many seminars, presentations, and thesis students on these and related topics. She has also done many research projects in her area of expertise. A very warm welcome to you, ma'am, and we are seriously obliged to have your valuable session onto this. So over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mesh. Thank you. Thank you, Amity University, for inviting me. Okay. So should I share my PPT?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm audible, right?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
It's visible now, Mukesh?
Yes, it is visible now.
Yeah, if I do slideshow, it's coming as slideshow.
Yes, it is coming. It's fine.
All right. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I know it's like afternoon session and like lunch after lunch. So, but still, I'll try to make it interesting so that you don't feel bored. Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. My topic is approaches to affordable rental housing for single migrant workers post COVID-19. So something like what is affordable is need to be understood, and rental is another quite a kind of a different approach to housing. So one is ownership housing and another is rental housing. So in our country, public rental housing is not there, though small and attempts have been made after independence, but not in a major way, like a major drive throughout the country. We always work on ownership housing. And our National Housing and Habitat Policy also talks about more on affordable, but there is a mention of rental housing, but not in a big way. So affordable, what is affordable? See, the affordability of the person varies based on the income. So generally the thumb rule is like 30% of anybody's monthly income can be a rental or can be an EMI for an ownership. So if somebody earns say 10,000 rupees, so 3,000 will be the affordability of that person for housing. It's like when we calculate our HRA, housing rent allowances that Government of India gives. So that is also almost 30% of our income. So that is like one spend on food, housing, other food, clothing, education, entertainment. So on housing, it's 30% that we invest. So in our country right now under PMAY, Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana, the EWS definition has come to person earning 25,000 per month. So in that case, the affordability of a person will be like 7,500 if we say 30% of that 25,000. So 7,500 is the affordability of the person. So that is a thumb rule, but it varies based on the person's priorities. So somebody maybe education becomes a priority, somewhere the medical things can be a priority, somewhere other things. So it all depends on person to person, family to family, what is it. But as in thumb rule, if somebody is earning 10,000, 30%, 3,000 is the affordability for housing. So that what we go by. Now this thing, especially after this COVID, what has happened? Majority of our workforce, especially in the informal sector, they come from across the country as urban migrant workers. And as per census 2011, about 45 crore people migrated to different parts of the country for employment opportunities. But after this corona, what happened? There was a reverse migration. And that was an alarming situation when actually we came to understand that how many people are migrating to our urban centers. Before that, I think we have never given so much importance on the data that almost in every city, half the people are from migrated and are working in informal sector. So these urban migrants consisting of workers who work in manufacturing industries, commercial establishments, health sector, service providers, hospitality industry, construction and other sectors. So they are working across sectors, and they are like kind of contributing to the urban economy at a very cheap kind of facilities very less that they're paid, and they're giving us lot of employment, like kind of services at a very reasonable rate. And then these people come from the rural areas, small towns, seeking for employment opportunities. And in order to maximize savings, they often compromise with their living conditions because they have to send back the money, the remittances back to their family, which are living in their native places. So usually they live in slums, unauthorized colonies, or urban villages as per their affordability. So slum is something like jhuggi jhopadis, anything which come wherever there is a kind of employment available. There are unauthorized colonies which come without following planning standards. As per planning, following the master plan, it's not done there. And urban villages, that over time the villages getting converted, the Lal, Dora, the Abadi area getting converted into kind of just living areas. So the no more agriculture is being done nearby. Now, just to bring to your notice, actually almost half the city is planned and half unplanned, majority for Indian cities. So if I give you example of Delhi, 76% of Delhi is unplanned, in the sense it has your old city area, slums, squatters, what we say, unauthorized colonies, urban villages, resettlement colonies, relocation colonies, where the planning, like kind of with over time, they have become very congested. So in a way, unplanned because rules are not followed. So what the major difference between planned and unplanned? So planned, where you follow the planning standards, the development controls, the land use plan is followed. But where we don't follow all this and the permissions are not taken, the open spaces are not as per norms, those are called unplanned areas. So just imagine 76% of our Delhi is unplanned. The people living are in unplanned settlements, majority in unauthorized colonies, urban villages, and squatters. So just, yeah, so almost like 1,797 unauthorized colonies where our single migrant workers live. The majority of people coming to urban centers to work in Delhi, they live in unauthorized colonies, they live in urban villages, they live in jhuggi jhopadi clusters, JJ clusters. So all these dots are showing us the location. So it's not in just one direction, it's across Delhi, and it works hand in hand. So where there's a planned colony, definitely there will be an urban village. Slum squatter will automatically come, and unauthorized comes because majority of times unauthorized works on an agricultural land, which is near the urban village, which is near the village. So they go hand in hand. So wherever you'll find a planned area, you'll find these kind of settlements unplanned, and there the people from suburbs, villages come, settle down as single migrant workers, at times with families. Initially, they just come single, and over time, they bring their families and try to settle in these settlements because they are as per their affordability. So now just I thought I'll share with you. I've been working in this area since like almost a decade or even more. So we did one of the projects under it was by the Ministry of Housing. It was on rental housing options for urban poor in Delhi. So in that, we have actually gone to various parts of the city, to the urban villages, unauthorized resettlement, jhuggi jhopadis and all. And we did almost 300 surveys in different parts of the city, taking all the typologies, and interesting results came, which were majorly common in across. So one of the unauthorized colonies that we did was Nehru Kutia. So here the areas, these people were like almost 60 to 70% dwellings were on rent. People were paying 500 to 1500 per month as a rent. Occupation was domestic servants, labor, hawkers. Income was not regular, and the average size of the dwelling unit was 9 square meter. So this is one of the house that we have documented. We did many surveys. So it's like very congested, without natural light and ventilation, and in a very cramped condition people are living. and the landlords try to have more and more tenants so that they can have more and more income. So in a way, it's very compromised situation by the given by the landlord, and people have no option but to stay in these kind of settlements. So this is like another resettlement. This is a JJ cluster. It's in Dakshin Puri and Madangir. So in fact, there were no toilets attached to the house. They have made across the lane. These were the toilets, and majority of time they went for open defecation also. And the rent was again like 500,000 rupees. And almost like every house had one or two, every jhuggi has one or two people living on rent with them. So in a way, they were sharing their spaces and given a part on rent. So that is how these migrant workers, we never try like understand, but they live in a very pathetic state, and at the end they are giving kind of lot of contribution to our economy, but there's no say in terms of their housing or infrastructure. So this was another like resettlement colony, like in 70s, 25 square meter area was given, and almost 40 resettlement colonies came across Delhi, north, south, east, west, Dakshin Puri, Madangir, Kalyanpuri, Trilokpuri, south, maybe there were many, and north, east, west, across all directions. So it was like 25 square meter, thinking that people will make G+1, but over time people have made G+4, and they have tried to encroach on the road also, leaving like 3 meter road or maybe 4.5 just to 1 or 1.5 meter road. So in a way, they have spread across top vertically and horizontally, and they have been like converted into another kind of slums, because slum is a condition, anything which is unfit for human habitation. So with this narrow street, what is happening? The ground floor and the first floor doesn't get natural light and ventilation when you have made G+4 structures. So the point is that because rules are not followed, so such kind of conditions come, but the people like there are tenants in every house, and the relationship between landlord and tenant is also good. It's open tenancy, no documentation, nothing. So it's in like kind of the way landlord wants to keep the family, they keep it. So this is another Savda Gevra. This is a relocation colony. That time it came recently, so it was like in a process of building. Again, the plots were given of 12.5 square meter and 18 square meter based on the eligibility. And again, the rentals were like 500 to 1,000 rupees, and kind of in a way, I will say like, because in fact there was no toilets also attached to it. So it was a slum-like condition again, though it's a government scheme, but still it was in a bad condition. Over time now it's becoming more and more habited. Okay, so this is another Katwaria Sarai, one of the urban villages that we have studied. Here the range is quite high. Like here, people earning from say 3,000 to 50,000 are there. Landlords are also rich. At times, landlords live outside, not in the same locality. And they, in fact, in one house, 200 laborers. This I'm not shared, but in Munirka, in many of the urban villages, we have seen that G+3-4 structures, 3 to 4 people sharing one room, 200 to 500 urban migrant workers, laborers, hawkers, street vendors living in one building, and like 50 people sharing one toilet. That is a kind of rental arrangement these people are living, and despite paying like whatever affordability they have from 500 to 1,000. So that is like how the system is working in our cities. So generally, like there is, we summed up all our findings, and the kind of the EWS up to 3 lakhs are living in unauthorized urban villages, Jhuggi Jhopri clusters, JJRs, and the typologies were 1 room plus kitchen plus toilet, 1 BHK, 2 BHK, Jhuggi, 1 room shared. So these were the typologies we could figure out there, which like people were sharing toilets, they were sharing kitchens at time, and the area per person was like 2 square meter, 3 square meter, very less. So they are highly congested. So high congestion, no natural light and ventilation within houses. Because they have overbuilt, no light is coming on the ground floor, breathing problem, poor indoor air quality, lot of oil used for cooking. These people generally use no space for exhaust. Lot of fights as one room is there, 5 to 6 in the family. They are fighting over TV. In fact, we have seen all this when we were doing our surveys. So there is a kind of norm which we say na minimum area per person. All those things that these norms should be followed. In fact, for the landlords also, maybe it's a private rental housing. And in India, we have only private rental housing till now. And this private rental housing should also have norms. It's not that it's the greed of the landlord that he goes on making the structure without respecting in terms of windows, in terms of road widths, and they forget about parking, nothing of that sort. So these are all the problems. So, and oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, and with this private rental, landlords also make choices of the tenants. So if one will say, I will not keep person of this caste or this religion. They will make choices in terms of professionalism. Who are the professionals? They will not give to lawyers, or in they will not give to say families. Students ko dena pasand karte hain because they are outside all the time. So landlords makes lot of choices of the tenants, and the rent depends upon the demand and supply. So as a result, landlord demands high rents if there's more demand is there. And to seeing all this on the ground and seeing the condition of the people, the way they are living and all, the need was to have public rental housing. That is a need of an hour. That was like major recommendation that we have given. We were in the process of saying, don't stop private rental. We need to have more options in the city. So we should have public rental housing, we should have rent to own schemes, we should have private rental. So there should be a variety, so that on one, the demand is not so much that it becomes so powerful. So that kind of findings were coming out. Now, just to quickly give you the glimpse of like, since independence, we have been making into the policies. There have been few missions, but under this JNURM, which came in 2005, there was an component of basic services for the urban poor, which has 7 important points. And under that, many of the housing was made for the poor people. So this was a major mission. And how it was different from rest of the schemes of national housing policy and all that, here the money was involved. And it's for the first time the city was given an importance that, look, cities are engines of economic growth, and we need to empower our cities. So for that first time, that 63 cities, the BSUP was implemented, and other integrated housing and slum development program was implemented. And under that, lot of housing was made, and it was pan-India kind of a situation. Prior to that, it was more like housing being a state subject. It's like a state initiative. But this time, the central government has funded these projects. And there was like, in 2005, we had JNURM. After that, we had Rajiv Awas Yojana, which came in 2013. And in that, they had this rental housing as a component, though it didn't picked up as, but at least that intention that at pan-India level, when we are launching a mission, they said that we should have, because almost 50% of the people in any of the slums, in any of the unauthorized, are on rent. So even if you like redevelop the slum, so 50 are on rent now, where they will go 50%. So they said, make the rental component also. But though because this scheme came in 2013, and by 2015 we had Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. So this didn't picked up. Only the SFCPO, Slums Free City Plan of Action, was done by that time. So this Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana had this 4 verticals, which is right now ongoing scheme of Government of India. And it's a massive project of the government of making housing. but all the four verticals are supporting ownership housing. So with this COVID coming into picture, the need of rental housing was felt. And last year, 2020 July, the PMAY had another component of it, which is affordable rental housing complexes, which I will be covering little later. So initially in 2015, when it was launched, we just had these four verticals, which were talking about ownership housing. But simultaneously, what was going on was this draft urban rental housing policy has come up in 2015, and there was a need to make rental housing also. The dialogue was going simultaneously. And another thing that was discussed during that time was on Model Tenancy Act. We need to change our Rent Control Act because the previous Rent Control Act was very pro-tenant, and that made a fear for the landlords not to rent their properties, and also the rent was fixed, which was very low. So there is a need to redo our Rent Control Act, and the Model Tenancy Act was made, and I think it's now approved after a very long time. So this draft rental housing policy that came in 2015, and simultaneously this Model Tenancy Act. So this rental housing policy had majorly three components. One was need-based rental housing. They said we have migrant workers, we have single women, we have single men, students. They need housing, and in the city when they come, they again go in the private rental housing, which is again like urban villages, unauthorized colonies. Planned areas are so expensive. If I give you an example, New Friends Colony, 2 BHK, 60,000, 70,000 is a rent per month. In Vasant Kunj, 40,000. So one person earning, it's not possible. Like one has to earn almost like 1.5 or 2 lakhs to have that kind of affordability. So they said like we need to have public rental housing, and for us migrant workers, single women, single men, and then HSMI was given the job of making viable rental housing models, and I was appointed as one of the consultants to that project to develop that models. What can be the models? So we have developed 5 models for migrant laborers, single women, single men, students, and EWS. So I will be showing you one of the models. Yeah. So this is one of the models that we tried to develop for the single migrant worker. So look, what is the major problem with rental housing? The rental housing, the problem is location. It's not that it's a first attempt we are making. Mumbai, MMRDA has done that long back, but gradually they've converted their rental into a ownership. Why so? Because that rental housing was at a far-flung area. It was very far off. So people, the main characteristic, a person who will like to live on rent is that the location. You want to be near either to the workplace or to your children, schools, or something which is very important in your life. Person try to live there on rent. So if you make rental housing which is very far off, it doesn't make a point. So one will not like to live if one has to live on rent. So rental housing, the location becomes very important. So what we suggested that, and land, of course, land is kind of very important, and we have a constraint of land, and that's why it becomes a problem. So we suggested not make very big projects, make small projects, 50 to 100 people living in the complex, and try to make them near the city centers. So the major locations, what we suggested them was along all major roads, along city center, near transport terminals, near industrial areas, near major hospitals. So these were like kind of locations And as government provides land every few kilometers for a bus stop or a petrol pump, we don't have a petrol pump very inside now. It's on the main road, because if the petrol goes off, we need to refill. So the bus stops on the main road. So what we suggested, why can't we have kind of public rental housing for the single migrant workers or the people who are serving our cities on like rickshawala, street vendors, so make them on a regular basis, like we have Jan Suvidha complexes. They are not very inside now. It's because that is a need. So traveling is a problem, everything. So the suggestion was that try to locate areas which are on these main areas. And in fact, few are underutilized in terms of FAR. So if we can use something like prefabricated technology, and on the top we can make and we can remove them easily. So kind of a makeshift can also work. So try to identify the right locations. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Let me tell you, under this JNU, RM and RAY, almost like kind of a heavy stock is lying vacant. Why so? People never occupied it because at times it's very far off. At times accessibility is a problem, connectivity is a problem, infrastructure is not there in terms of schools, in terms of water. So physical and social infrastructure, both are the problem. So the point is the location of a rental housing becomes very important. Otherwise, it's a failure. It's a waste of money. Secondly, what we suggested was construction. For this construction, we need to have like kind of the latest, which is with BMTPC and HUDCO, the PFF, and this with this Navreet coming into picture, this global housing technology submission which happened. And in that 50 technologies for the fast-paced construction being identified, out of which the 6 lighthouse projects are going on across 6 cities. So using those technologies, if that can be done, and also in terms of designing dormitories, 4-room occupancy, 2-room. So all this we try to bring that into this model, and facilities like bed with a storage, parking for their rickshaws, radis, pani ki tanki. So all those are the kind of people now who are this migrants who need housing. Then subsidized food, like in this Tamil Nadu, we have Amma Thali, there is 5 rupees, 10 rupees. So it's like a subsidized food which is available across. So why can't we have that in these facilities, what we are proposing as public rental housing for migrant workers? Then cross subsidizing it with other commercial activities. So that all was discussed over this model, and maintenance is a major problem. So majorly the 3 major problems with rental housing is collection of the rent. People don't pay the rent. Second, getting the premises vacated. Once people are inside, you cannot take them out if they don't want to, because our Rent Control Act is pro-tenant act. And the third thing is maintenance of the complexes, because at times the money is not there. So maintaining it becomes a problem. That is the 3 reasons which have been seen as a failure to rental housing, and why rental housing doesn't pick up in our country. And let me tell you, many of the countries, 90% are working on rental housing. South Korea, North Korea have 90% public housing, in which maximum is rental housing. So the point is, we don't have. Why? Because there are few reasons and we need to work on them. Then maintaining. So there was many suggestions like whatever rent corrected, 30% should go for the maintenance. And local bodies need to kind of see the demand. At times we make the facilities, but the demand is not there. So we need to have a rental cell where people can come, and through the apps and all that we need the rent house on a rent in this location, and this is what is our affordability. So, and this much area. So kind of database, we actually lack on database, and that is why we don't propose the right thing. So first we need to have a right database. And also in terms of finance, we suggested that we should have this, there can be like government subsidy, then we can have CSR funds, corporate social responsibility. Under that, we can approach people and they can help us with this. Then there's labor cess, which has been collected for every construction project, and that is being unused. You know, huge crores of rupees is lying there under labor cess, which is not used. So this was proposed that we should use this to make these complexes. Then revenues from advertisements on walls, commercial facilities, all this to have revenues was the kind of model which was suggested. So quickly, I will try to share that in fact we went to that extent of making architectural drawings and suggesting what need to be done. So it was kind of a first attempt. Many more things can be done. There can be many suggestions to it, but it was first round that we did. So what we suggested, being this for the migrant workers, let's not go up with lifts. It was just ground floor plus 4 structure. And with a parking facility, mess, multi-purpose shop, ATM, toilet block on the ground floor. So parking facility for the rickshaw, ready, all that, because they own that and they're scared that agar raat ko kahin rakh denge to gum jayegi and all that. So at times they sleep on that. And then dormitories. So it's like 900 per month kind of money. So if you divide by 30, so 30 rupees per day kind of a rent. So if 2 days wage, if he earns 450 rupees. So all these calculations we made, we suggested 2 types of, on the first and the second floor dormitories, third floor 4 double and single occupancy rooms on third and fourth floor. So we have worked on this kind of a model. In fact, we tried to make it kind of using less space. So it's 1200 square meter area. We suggested the parking here, the mess here with the kitchen and the toilet, 2 toilet blocks, and they can be used as Jan Suvidha complexes also. It's for the general public can come. Then we had these dormitories on the first and the second floor. And on the third and the fourth floor, we suggested rooms. So the design was like this, that there was a 4 occupancy room and there was a double occupancy room and a single. And from here also, if you see, we have tried to give in the shaft so that air can come from here. So in a way, it's a kind of a very starting. In 2017, I did this project for the ministry, and we have tried to, unless and until we thought we'll make it, we'll not understand it. So then we did its financial calculations also, how much rent of the room will be there, how much will go into the maintenance. So rent per person per day, 30, 45, 60, 75 rupees, how much total rent will be collected. So land area, ground coverage, FAR, all those things were calculated. And this was submitted under this 5 different models we did. And we went to that kind of a bed design also. So what all these people have the material, if they're single migrant, and where they'll keep. So 1 bed should be sufficient. So the main problem with them is they fear to use such kind of complexes. Like in night shelters, I've done a lot of work with night shelters. They feel that if we'll use this kind of complexes, somebody will steal their money. Somebody will steal their belongings if they will sleep at night. So they prefer to sleep outside than sleeping in these complexes. So if this lock and key system, along with them, their bed is sufficient enough, so they may use them with the adverse climatic conditions like peak winters. It's very difficult to sleep outside. Okay, so this is what we proposed in 2017 when this draft policy came in 2015. We suggested these models, but yeah, in 2020, this affordable rental housing complexes was introduced by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs as an outcome of pandemic COVID-19. So they suggested that because they have seen that there was a reverse migration, people have left the cities, they were going back, they had no decent housing to live in, and they had a fear that if they will not earn, from where they will give the rent to the landlords. and there was a massive reverse migration. And the fear was that in their minds that tomorrow, to boost up our economic activities, construction and all that, from where we'll get the labor. So to hold them back and to bring them back, their government actually, apart from those 4 verticals which PMAY already have, they've introduced affordable rental housing complexes as another vertical, I'll say, to address to the rental needs of the urban migrants. So this was implemented in all statutory towns, notified planning areas and all. Projects to be considered in March 2022. Because the PMAY is till 2022, chances are that PMAY 2 will come up after that. Then it was 7 years project from 2015 to 22. Then what they've suggested is ARHCs to be a mix of single double rooms, 30 to 60 square meter carpet area with a living area, kitchen, toilet, bathroom and dormitory bed. So we were so happy that 3 years back, actually we submitted these models and they have come up with this dormitory, single and double bed kind of a proposal, and the maximum of 33% houses with double room permissible in a project. Why they put this cap on it? Because gentrification. Suppose they have 60-70% all double room, so maybe not the single migrant with the very poor like 25,000 EWS category, somebody higher may use it, so the whole purpose will get defeated. So they had put a cap on double room so that person with better affordability can use it, but not all gone to a kind of higher income group. So that was in mind. Then institutional rental mechanism was like kind of developed, and there were 2-pronged strategy, which I'm going to discuss. See, when I see as an outside, like I feel this till March 22, just next year, this is an issue. Any policy when we start, any kind of a mission we start, it needs time, and it cannot be just with the it cannot be with the political parties duration, what time they'll be. So everything needs some time to ripen up. So at least a 5-10 years project has to be there. It has been seen in the housing with all these missions and everything, as in when government changes, they are changed. So in between the projects get stuck. So Ray was going on Rajiv Awas Yojana. Suddenly PMAY came because the government changed. Now the point is, in 2020 we have started. Right now the RFPs are being made, DPRs being made, and by the time they will be in the process of implementing and starting, the duration will stop, and we don't know the next government or the next it will be picked up or not. So the point is, all these urban planning activities, they should have a duration in place which should be enough to take their full form. So that is kind of bothering. Again, like they had 2-pronged strategy. One is model 1. What is that? Converting existing government funded vacant houses into ARHCs under public-private partnership mode or by public agencies. What is that? That is under JNURM, under RAY, houses are being built across cities, but they're lying vacant. I told you that previously also. Why they are lying vacant? There are many reasons to it. So they are saying that convert those vacant houses into rental housing. The point is, nobody has done this research that why they are lying vacant. And government is actually trying to spend a lot of money to get them converted into use for rental. So government is putting, or the concessionary is putting, somebody is putting that money. But have we done that research or kind of a retrospective thought, okay, why this has happened, why they are lying vacant. So they are lying vacant. If I give you example of Delhi, they are lying vacant because they are at far-flung areas, Narela, Bhavana, Holambi Kalan, Sabda Gevra. So they are 29,000 houses lying vacant under JNURM in Delhi. They are at the outskirts of the city. And who is going to live on rent will try to live near the workplace, near the location has to be central. Why somebody will travel 2 hours one side to live into that house? So the point is, even if they convert that into rental, my botheration is that people are not going to live there. We are spending the money on it. Government is very enthusiastic on these models, but my fear is how many of them will get occupied. That kind of study should have been done before investing the money. That is, and in other states there can be many other reasons to it. So the point is, every city is not Mumbai, and we are putting this across all statutory towns. So situations will be different in different states and in different scale of the city. So scale of the city becomes very important. In Mumbai, even if one has to travel 1 or 2 hours, no, one will not bother. But in other states, in other cities, one may not like to travel so much, and one has to pay the rent. So he will make a choice that it's better to live in a slum still, which is close to my workplace, than living so far off and still paying the same rent. So the point is that if we are investing, we need to do that study properly, whether it will be used, there's a demand for such thing or not. So that is the model one, that they are trying to convert the existing vacant housing into the rental. Second is this construction, operation and maintenance of ARHCs by private public entities on their own available vacant land. So this is the same model what we did in terms of, so here they are saying this entities like private, whoever have the land, they can come, they can run that for 25 years. They will make it. All the expenditures will be done by that entity. They have to bring the land also. There's no grant into that. Only the grant is of the technology innovation grant. So that is if somebody is using innovative, sustainable, green, disaster resilient technologies, they will be getting a grant under this. I'll show you how much grant it is. But apart from that, all the money has to be done, bared by the entity. So again, is it like, is again a question that maybe Mumbai, I've been hearing to many of the webinars going with the developers with this to making this ARHCs. In mega cities, they may work, but in other parts of the city, the yield, the rental yield may not be at par with the investment the entity is making. So that kind of debates are going on. So this is the proposed incentives or the benefits which government is giving. So like there are tax exemptions, GST exemptions, there are technology grant that is being given, and use, so if there's a permission change of land use, that is the 50% additional FAR is given to these projects. Single window approval is there, trunk infrastructure of the project up to the project site, and the municipal charges at par with the residential property. So these are kind of the incentives which are given to these ARHCs. And in terms of funding, what they are giving is investment is by concessionaires, viability gap funding in case there is a need, and 75,000 government funded existing houses to be used in this. And in this model too, they are giving under this technology grant 1 lakh for double bedroom, 60,000 for single bedroom, and 20,000 per dormitory bed for project using innovative and alternative technologies. That is all the other investment is by the entities. So that is what they are planning to do. So I have discussed the major concerns with the model one. With the model two, the concerns are How about the collection of the rent? So this, I've discussed that the major problem with the rental housing is collection of the rent. Look, these people have very irregular incomes. At times they don't have job, at times they have. So 6 months they are earning, 6 months they are not earning, or like 2 months they are not earning. So they don't have the money to give them the rent. So being irregular in their jobs, they will say, I don't have the money. So collection of the rent becomes a problem. They don't have at times the money to give. Second, non-vacation of the premises. You forcefully cannot vacate your premise. Under Rent Control Act, which is existing, with the new Model Tenancy Act, it can happen, but you cannot just, you have to go through court. So they don't vacate. And this has been seen as a practice. If you see the past, wherever the rental has happened, people don't vacate with the low income group especially. So the kind of mechanism need to be developed is the concern. Then again, the poor maintenance of the complexes. Initially, it's fine, but over time, the deterioration in the complexes, how to maintain it, rent is not coming, from where that money will be. So the thought on that, then over time, this goes, the maintenance becomes a problem, and then people don't want to live in these rental complexes. Then social issues. Social issues in terms of, you have single migrant workers, you're giving double bedrooms, single rooms also. So you are in a way showing that maybe families can also live there. So it's nothing like only single migrants. So when there is a kind of all kind of people there, then how to maintain that kind of discipline and all with the social issues definitely will raise up. So that has been seen in night shelters also. So the point is that how we are catering to all this. And then gentrification, which I have not written here, is again a chance that other set of people will come and use it. That is another thing that can be seen. And then subletting. In rental, what we have seen major, the whom we give as a beneficiary for the sublet and then go and stay in the slum. So that is again a problem. So how to check on that? Then another issue is, which I said, that people make choices. You make this, people have to pay the rent. If they will find another option better in a slum, they will prefer because the rent is low there. So the affordability becomes an issue for them. So how to make sure that they use this, how to incentivize them, how to make it so design effective, cost effective, and obviously good complexes that people use them and just don't not using them. Obviously the locations have to be thought of, and my concern is that in master plan, in fact in zonal development plan, if we can think of such things, in fact with every industry, if we can have a rental housing complex, if every city center we can have the land is allocated in the master plan, affordable housing complexes, it's in the master plan that affordable housing should go. It can be on a rental basis, it can be on a ownership basis. So prior thought has to be done. It should not be that an entity will come with a vacant land, but where that land is. If that land is in the remote areas, nobody is going to occupy them. The whole point is the location. So there are micro markets, there are micro zones. And in that, when we are making the master plan, along with all the economic activities in terms of hospitals, the major hospital should have a affordable housing, a land demarcated for them. Industries, land for affordable housing. We make institutional areas, but no, for the students, we don't make housing areas. So can we have demarcated land for the student housing? So whenever I live in Kutub institutional area, there are plot sizes for various kind of institutions to come up, but there is no land for the administration, for the faculty, for the students. They all are living in nearby urban villages, Katwaria Sarai, Bed Sarai and all. So where is a thought that with the economic activity, with an activity happening, are we providing enough housing? Or we want the slums, we want the people to go and live in urban villages. And that is unplanned, substandard. We have seen how people are living. So, and it's, you won't believe in Karol Bagh, there is IS training happens. Every year in the month of July, the footfall per day is 1 lakh students coming in that area. And there is no rental kind of arrangements by the public. So it's all private. There are people standing, they show them rooms and it's like kind of a fish market and students living in a kitchen, in fact, in a balcony, that kind of situation, because they need to have training there because IS training is going on. So the kind is like, point is that we are not giving enough thought how to make our cities livable. We are not putting enough thought to make options for housing in our cities in terms of rental, in terms of affordable housing, ownership housing, or kind of rent to own options that initially people live on rent and then they can own it. So we need to have ambit of variety of options in the city for various income groups, for various kind of people, in terms of single migrant workers or single men, single women, newlywed couples, students. They all needs are different. The old age needs are different. So when you may like to live in a flat when you are old, unlike when you are young and having a family, a kid in an outskirts where you have open areas to play. So point is, with age and with which phase of your life you are in, you need variety in your cities. And I think we are not giving ample thought through our master plans, through our planning, that we have sufficient options for various kind of people and their needs. So thank you very much. I'll stop here and I can answer your questions if you have any.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was really wonderful session with insight, knowledge, and the experience which you have shared. Now, I would like to attendees, you are welcome for the questions.
Okay, so do I have any questions from the audience?
They might be adding questions on the chat.
Okay, I need to see the chat. No, I don't think there is any.
Till now, there is no question. Students, if you have any kind of queries, questions regarding the single migrant workers in this COVID-19 situation, or further any related questions to the housing, please text it in the chat box. It was very nice to taking up two notes of two models. You explained it. That was wonderful.
Yeah, actually, we did a lot of work for that for a year. And with the minimum area, how we can do that. And so there was a lot of thought in terms of single women, what needs they have, and based on that, the facilities. So a lot of thought process went into that. And not only one model, there were many models. Like just to share with the students, the old age. So a lot of Vasant Kunj old age people are staying. So what we suggested that if they can enroll with the local bodies and then students can stay with them, but then the problem of security. So if some system of security can be generated through the bodies, so we can use those houses also. We have actually the problem is optimum use. Lot of houses are lying vacant, unused, half used. It's just that the fear that people don't want to put up on rental. So to make a conducive environment is very important, and we can use our resources. Why always to make new? Already we have lots unused within the city. So that kind, for that authorities have to take initiative. Legislation has to be in place and implementation need to be done, proper infrastructure. That is what is needed. In fact, very interestingly, if somebody have a house here and once want to migrate in another city, you can just give your house and there you can get another one. So having that stock, what the city has, and across cities, Bangalore, various mega cities, if you're moving, nowadays the young generation working in ITs, they don't want to invest in ownership. They think today we are in
Yes.
Noida, tomorrow we'll be in Bangalore, somewhere else. So
Yes.
why to invest in ownership? They want rental housing. So in that case, even if they own, they can just surrender and take in Bangalore. So that's talk that how much housing is existing, how much can we can use it by exchange and all. So that kind of thought process across India has to come up. So there are many ideas, but one has to how to implement. At times we don't even manage our cities. Pan India becomes so difficult. Yeah, that's it.
Delhi NCR, what I believe is that having very huge amount of people who are migrating over here from the small cities or to the cities to over this areas. And in fact, all the
Yeah.
metropolitan cities who have these kind of issues.
Yeah. So like Delhi, this UP, Bihar. In fact, in South, we have seen UP, Bihar is and West Bengal. Right now, people from West Bengal are migrating a lot because there are less of job opportunities. So, आपको Rajasthan में we are seeing Bengali people. So that is also happening. So वो तो है ही अभी North India से across India people are going.
What I believe that it's more than 50% of the migrant people are coming from the nearby to this metropolitan city.
Yeah.
Do also we have some kind of quantification or some kind of analysis for that? How much people are coming from which state and how much is that? Some kind of study might be
So,
then only has been arranged.
Yeah, it's in the
Data.
ministry website. If you'll go Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, there's a study done by Center for Policy Research under their head. So it's on migration. The report is there. So they have done that from where all the migration is happening, interstate, within state and outside state. So that report is there. You can see it was a big project done by ministry. CPR has conducted that research for them. So Umesh, if I don't think students have questions.
Yeah, students, if you have any kind of questions or panelists wants to ask something or some queries, some doubts, please enter into the chat box, please. Time is waiting.
How as students can we contribute towards such projects and be involved with the government? Okay. So if lot of good designing is required and thoughtful design. So night shelters, the major problem that we have seen with these housing complexes is they become claustrophobic when they are overused. So my kind of designs, column-free structures. So though there you can think of, then how with the government? So there are kind of lot of internships that come with Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, with NIUA, many of the organizations where these projects are going on, HSMI. You can look for their websites and can get involved with such kind of projects. There are many NGOs also, like there's the Indian Federation Council, many are there. So you can approach to them. Then nowadays government also keep like DUSIP, Delhi Urban Shelter Improvement Board. They also keep interns. So they are working a lot with this Mohalla clinics and with Delhi government, with unauthorized colonies, lot of work with DDS going. So you need to approach to the government. They have young students, fellowships, interns required. You can, you have to write to them and maybe you will get an opportunity.
Okay, I hope this have answered the question. And okay, if any other student is not asking, so I have a very big doubt regarding this housing, not to the single migrant worker, towards this housing, that what will be the scenario after COVID-19 in this particular total housing scenario? Because apart from the migrant workers, because what I can see is that uh, people are now very skeptical, as you are saying, that to have the ownership of the housing, and they are more towards the rental type of thing rather than to be an only is a couple or family or a single migrant. So, is you are thinking that now the futuristic housing is only the rental part, the ownership will be the
No, no,
big builders only.
no, nothing like that. No. In fact, after this COVID thing happened last year, since last year, the sale has really increased. In NCR, the sale for ownership housing has increased because now it's work from home culture has come. So people now
Yeah.
are thinking of buying big houses, and like अभी तो खैर पूरा work from home है, but over time also they are seeing कि 3 days, 2 days working from home, and they are looking for good gardens around, good facilities, and home as in workplace. So more with the servant quarter attached, because you don't want maids to come on daily basis from outside. So more with the servant quarter attached or the EWS complex within the complex, and bigger houses, work from home, having office within the house, and more sale has happened, and in real estate in market. So that is like people are like, housing has become a prime area after this COVID-19, and people want to invest in housing and having bigger homes. So that is a change that has come up. Other things will go at their own pace in terms of government rental and all, will take their own time. And I said na, the worry is like within a year what can happen. अभी तो लोगों ने interest, अभी तो MOU ही sign हो रहे हैं with the state. अब वो by the time वो RFPs बनेंगे and all, 2022 will come. The point is it has to be a 10 years minimum for any project to come up and implement. We cannot have 1 year, 2 year kind of a thing in place with such big projects. Somebody will put so much money, जो concessionary है या entity है, वो अपना पूरा पैसा अपना वेकेंट लैंड लगाएगा. आप बोल रहे हो अगले साल तक के लिए प्रोजेक्ट, कल आपने बंद कर दिया, उसका क्या होगा? So it cannot be very short-sighted kind of a thing, no? It has to have because it doesn't happen in a day. It really takes time. आप कोई भी हाउसिंग देखो, एक दिन में नहीं. अभी जितना रीसेटलमेंट कॉलोनीज इन 70s और 80s में आई थी, उस टाइम में व्हेन वी डू सर्वे विद दोस पीपल, वो सिर्फ आधे तो हम बेच के चले गए थे. वहां पे जंगल था, शेर, मतलब स्नेक्स होते थे, ये होता था, हम कोई रहना नहीं चाहता था, कोई बस नहीं जाती थी. सो आज के टाइम में देयर आर हेप मार्केट्स फॉर लो इनकम ग्रुप. मतलब वहां पे 1-1 करोड़ का आपको एक फ्लोर मिलता है दक्षिणपुरी में आप जाओ तो. सो 25-30 साल में उसको टाइम लगा बनने में, बट आज के टाइम में फॉर द लो इनकम ग्रुप्स, ऑल दीज 40 रीसेटलमेंट कॉलोनीज अक्रॉस दिल्ली आर द हैपनिंग प्लेसेस. मतलब कोई भी EWS ना उसमें इन्वेस्ट करके दे फील प्राउड कि सो आप वो जो रिलोकेशन कॉलोनीज जो 90s में आई हैं, विच आर इवन फर्दर फार ऑफ लाइक सावदा, गेवरा, नरेला, बहुत दूर दूर हैं, अभी वो वीक हैं, बट 10-15 साल में वो एक मार्केट बन जाएगा, बिकॉज वी स्क्रॉल हो रहा है ना. सो पॉइंट इज कोई भी चीज को दिखने में टाइम लगता है. सो वो टाइम, एक एम्पल टाइम आपको देना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो फिर वो हाफ बिल्ट रह जाएगा. इट्स लाइक रे स्टार्टेड, SFCPUs ही बने थे, इट हैज सो मच पोटेंशियल एज अ स्कीम, but all of a sudden it was stopped. So everything goes now, all that money somebody putting up, so it cannot be in link with the political decision like part. वहाँ जो हो रहा है housing or urban planning cannot be related. If you start a scheme, it should be by law 10 years, 5 years.
Yes.
ये नहीं कि कल पॉलिटिकल पार्टी बदली, हमने स्कीम बदल दी, वो फिर हाफ रह जाता है.
At least what I believe is that 10 years is the minimum duration of time.
Yes, definitely. नहीं तो it's a waste of money, it's a waste, and people don't trust you ना. आज आप ऐसे कर रहे हैं, बड़ी बड़ी बात कर रहे हैं, ये होगा वो होगा, कल पता चला वो बदल गया, क्योंकि वो तो 1 साल के लिए था. तो लोगों का ट्रस्ट चला जाता है, और जब वो ट्रस्ट जाता है ना, तो रोड टू रीबिल्ड इट, इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट. Because I work with ground now, I see how people think about organizations. When we go for survey, अरे आप लोग तो हर महीने आ जाते हो, हर साल कुछ तो होता नहीं है. So there are so many things the people now don't even want to answer because they know कुछ होना तो है नहीं. So वो trust building बहुत जरूरी है. वो तब आएगी जब आप टाइम दोगे. किसी भी प्रोजेक्ट को टेकअप करने में टाइम लगता है. एक है फिजिकल इंफ्रा, एक होता है अटैचमेंट विद द प्लेस. वो धीरे धीरे आता है, ऑफ द अथॉरिटीज ऑल्सो एंड ऑफ द पीपल ऑल्सो. सो आई really feel the time is very important that we give for a scheme to come up properly, which at times misses.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, ma'am, for this
Thank you, Ramesh. Yeah,
information
that was
and the
nice.
details. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Any
Chalo.
questions from this attendees? I'm still not able to see.
No, I don't think on the chat we have.
Okay.
If they have any queries, they can later also contact me. That's not a problem.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Sure, ma'am. Sure. That was really nice session by you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot, ma'am. Thanks
Thank
for being
Okay.
connected over.
Bye.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
So I'll just leave it. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. So our next session will be starting at 4 p.m. Till the time we can have a tea break for 20 minutes. And after that, we can have a session of Mr. Sandeep Goel. IT, can you please stop the pause the recording, please? IT team.
You are audible.
Okay, sir. Sandeep sir, are you there?
Yes, I have unmuted myself. Can you hear me, please?
Okay. Yeah, we can hear you, sir.
Okay.
Very
Thank
warm
you.
welcome
Thank you,
to you, sir. Yeah, I would like to introduce Sandeep Goel, sir. Mr. Sandeep Goel has over 25 years of building services consulting experience and has worked as a design engineer and thereafter as project director with successful design systems for numerous projects. Mr. Sandeep Goel has been closely involved in the design, coordination, and innovation of MEP services design of over 200 projects, which also includes mixed use, hotels, hospitals, commercials, offices, retail, residentials, high-rise projects, and plotted development. Some of the noted credentials of Mr. Goel are as follows. School of Architecture and Planning, New Delhi, visiting faculty from 2000. For over 15 years of Master of Building Engineering and Management. National Building Code of India 2005, committee member of Part 4 and Part 9. National Building Code of India 2016, committee member of Part 4 and Part 9 and Part 11, approach of sustainability. National Fire Protection Association, USA, certified fire protection specialist. National Fire Protection Association, USA, technical committee member at Building Fire Safety Systems section. Indian Green Building Council, IGBC, aggregate profession. Council of Tall Building and Urban Habitat, Chicago, USA. Member, Skyscraper Editorial Board, 2015-17. Construction Specification Institute, USA, member. Indian Public Plumbing Skill Council, advisor. IPAMO, Uniform Plumbing Code of India, technical committee member. Indian Plumbing Association, president nomination, member National Executive Council. FSAI, Fire and Security Association of India, chairman codes and standard. FCII, Delhi Task Force member. Delhi Chief Minister Task Force. Delhi Urban Art Commission advisor. ASHRAE India chapter, member board of governor. ASHRAE India chapter, chairman, integrated building services committee. Mr. Goel is member CIBSE UK, ASHRAE USA, NFPA USA, and ASPE USA. Sandeep Pryor is also member of US Green Building Council. Mr. Goyal, a civil engineer by qualification, was included for his work and recognition. Recognized in USA, Marcus Who's Who in the World in 2010 edition of their publication. Mr. Goel has attended over 100 design coordination meetings overseas at USA, Canada, UK, Middle East, Singapore, Malaysia, Hong Kong, Bangladesh, Nepal, and given his significant contribution in the engineering design solution to architects, structural engineers, landscape architects, and to other owners engineers. He has broadcasted webinar, presented white papers, and lectures in over 300 conferences and workshops on subjects related to energy, fire safety, smoke management, building services in tall buildings, hotels, and healthcare, thermal storage, waste to energy, water conservation, approach to value engineering, lead credits, and other topics. Mr. Sandeep is recognized well for his explanatory works and skills. We warm welcome you, sir. We are happy to have some of your valuable time to our session. That over to you, sir.
Thank you, Umesh. It's a great feeling. I realize that the profile has gone too long. It would be a little boring, I would imagine so. But thank you for this respect which you have honored. It's a great occasion to be part of this talk. Umesh, by any concept, would this be an interactive? Would students be able to unmute themselves and speak to me? How will it be like, please? Or that's not the way it will go about?
Yes, exactly. In fact, the students are muted firstly, and students will be putting up questions if they have after the session is over.
Sandeep,
So students will be
Umesh,
having
we
any
asked the IT, Umesh. Sorry to interrupt. If we can ask the IT,
Yeah, yeah.
students can raise their hand and
Yeah, if it's possible,
and then it's done.
it will be very good and very helpful.
Sure. I think, thank you, Ms. Sharma. I think this is very good for us. Thank you for helping Umesh to give that,
IT?
Can you hear? Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
So I think, thank you, Ms. Sharma. I think it's been a great thanks, to you to allow Mr. Umesh, because, I've been at SPA for last 16, 17 years. Can you hear me?
Just confirming with
yeah, IT, is it possible? IT?
It's not possible to unmute everyone.
Yeah, it's fine. But somebody who would raise their hands, please give them the opportunity to put their question.
Yeah, I can.
If you unmute everyone, then obviously there will be a chaos. But, I've been part of the SPA for last 17 years. So it always gives a very good feel if we have Q&A simultaneously. It gives a lot of energy to the conference and the talk. So I encourage the students to come ahead. Fortunately, addressing the students is something which I feel very passionate about. I've done that for about 17 years at the School of Planning and Architecture for the Masters of Building Engineering Management students. And they give a lot of energy as we speak to them with the kind of curious questions they come up with. So it will be a great session. And when Umesh called me up and he said, sir, it's a lecture at MET, I said, why not? Absolutely delightful. So having said that, I would say, Umesh, I'll try to put across my screen. Help me to give a go ahead on it, please. Just a moment. Can you see the screen now?
Yes, we can see your screen, sir.
It's a full screen which you can see. No problem.
Yes.
Okay. Great. So to begin with, I think the topic of the day is to talk about fire and life safety. And I meet architects as my profession every now and then. Young architects, passionate architects talking about various services and systems. And I see a very remarkable difference in today's generation, that they're very curious and they would be very willing to understand. I think a lot of ownership lies on colleagues like us to help them to understand what it is. Unfortunately, fire and life safety is something which is not very clearly available to understand as a type of a subject. there are a lot of confusions, and there are a lot of things which are not very clearly so mentioned in the architectural publications, which does give a lot of challenge to my young architects to understand this subject. So for a while, if I do this, so probably, okay. So having said that, the discussion today is fire and life safety. I've been part of the National Building Code Committee for last about 18 years when we published the 2005 version. I'm sure a lot of students would have also seen the 2016 version of the National Building Code. Another good news for the students is also that earlier there was a huge discount on the hard copy, which is still there. But for all the professionals, all the people who want to read, the soft copy of the National Building Code is available from the BIS website without paying anything. Only you have to go ahead and register your name, and a soft copy will be given to you. A lot of, soft copy has been floating around on some construction companies, letterhead earlier on WhatsApp. I encourage you not to probably refer that, and please download your own copy, which will have your name printed on the book, which will give you more sense of, reading it and understanding the book. So having said that, we move ahead on it. And from there, you see, in any given design, there are three basic aspects towards fire safety. One is known as fire prevention. That means used materials, construction materials, systems by which, to begin with, the fire should not occur. That means you should do systems planning, design in such a way that the fire should not occur at the first stage itself. Therefore, you are using materials, you are using construction materials, you are using, building designs in such a way that it itself helps you to prevent the fire to happen. Once the fire has happened for some unforeseen system, the next mandate, which most of us would know on the human aspects, becomes life safety. That means we have to save the life of the people who have got actually exposed to this incident of fire which has occurred in the building. So the code and the design should encourage you for the life safety of the people without compromising their risk. They should be able to save the lives. Once we have achieved the aspects of saving the lives of the people, which is paramount, the last, of course, remains the property safety. That means we also want to save the property from the damage any further, because that is also a lot of capital investment, a lot of continuity of business depends upon it. So property protection becomes one of the other agenda within the design, which of course is getting superseded with the life safety aspect. So these three things one has to bear in mind when we are talking about design of fire and life safety system. Now, when you talk about buildings, as architects, you are fascinated, I'm sure. You get buildings which are bigger and they are pretty, big in size to look at. Then you get buildings which are tall, and it is very exciting to see tall buildings. And then you have got buildings which are complex. So that means they are all type of aspects of being bigger, tall, complex, and a lot of, masses are very differently planned in this building. And then you sometimes are very lucky to work in a building which is tall, big, and complex all put together. So this is the Absolute Towers in Canada, which looks like a good shape, which they have developed like a spiral tower. It goes very tall, and it is pretty complex building with respect to its planning and design. So this is an Absolute Tower in Canada, which looks like a very good marvel of architecture and structure. And of course, you could imagine how the architect would have placed, if not anything else, the rainwater pipes in the building. How the building is tweaking. You could imagine the challenge one would have had to put the rainwater pipes, because they cannot really go into the verticality as the building is very spiral in its format. So this is the kind of buildings you come through. And of course, I would like to share with you that when you talk about big, tall, and complex, I'm very happy to share with you a picture of the project which is happening by an Indian company in Colombo, which is the ITC Hotels, which is under construction right now. And as you can see, the building there are two buildings is having a bridge in the middle. And to add to the flavor, the bridge has got a swimming pool on top. So this has got a very beautiful design, which comes from Gensler, San Francisco office. We are the consultants on this project. So I'm very glad to tell you that we are actually, the Indian consultants are encouraged to work on these projects where we do such marvelous buildings which are having such tall buildings with a bridge, with a swimming pool, an infinity edge swimming pool, and it has got a restaurant below it. So you can imagine the kind of complexity this building will offer with respect to life safety. So what is the real picture? And I always say that this is a team of architects whom I'm talking to, but you are surrounded by other colleagues, MEP colleagues. We are MEP consultants. So you get surrounded by MEP consultants. You work with structural engineers. You work with landscape architects. You work with interior designers. Everybody is there in the room. But the problem is that everybody is looking at the elephant with their own perspective. You are into your own silos. And I will prove what I mean to say when I explain you the overall aspects of where we lack, where we are not able to join our hands to make the building safe. But you think as an architect, you've done a job well by providing a staircase. But imagine if that staircase is not provided with a fire door. Imagine if it is not pressurized. Imagine if it is not provided with the adequate lighting in the staircase. If we do not work collaboratively and we work in isolation of providing only the staircase and not look at the other attributes which should be provided simultaneously to it, you have missed your goal. So I urge that as architects, you are the flag bearer of bringing everybody together and understand the value which everybody will offer to the design. And when you talk about this lecture which I'm talking to you today, there are two aspects to it. One is architectural design planning. That means life safety aspects, how you have to understand and how you have to provide. The other thing is, of course, the construction which we use, the construction material which we use. I'm not very sure how many students would look about the fire rating of columns, the fire ratings of slabs. If in architecture, you'll have to understand the structural rating requirements as well. Then once you move from architecture, there is a lot of things which have to be done with respect to MEP part. We have to talk about smoke, which is very important for smoke management, fire alarm system, which you see a lot of it. I personally believe you do not give a lot of attention in this country to PA system. PA system in this country is considered only a Ahuja speaker, but there is more to it. A right PA system, which always helps you to give the right kind of annunciations during distress, enabling you to do crowd management. So as an architect, you might do very good buildings, but if your PA system is not properly designed, you will not be able to do the right crowd management. And if you fail in crowd management, you will create panic and stampede. So your overall objective of a good design is failed by a system which is not properly planned, which is a public address system. And I can tell you for sure, a very less importance is given to a public address system and a more importance is given to the toilet finishes and to the hand railing and the railing which is provided on the staircase rather than the PA system. That is another part which you people have to be very passionate about. You should ask your engineers, can you explain me what kind of PA system are you provided in this project? There's no harm in putting your question and attaining knowledge out of that discussion. Of course, we talk about fire protection. Everybody knows hydrants, sprinklers. How do you provide sprinklers? Elevators are there in the building. Hoistways, that means the places where the elevators move. Electrical resilience may not be very usual word for many of you to hear, but electrical resilience is very important. It means that the electrical systems have to work during distress. Now, imagine that you are in a building which has got into a situation of fire. And if the electrical lights are not working in this building, can you imagine how difficult would it be for you to reach to the staircase? Many of you would imagine not difficult. The staircase will have a red sign or a green sign on which it will be written exit. But believe me, if you do not have power supply to that sign, you would be in a very dark room and there is a building on fire and the PA system is not correct. The architect has done a wonderful design of providing the staircases, but if your back-end system is not complementing what the architect has done, there would be a loss of life. There would be a problem where we will lose human lives and the property because the integrated MEP systems have failed. So that is also very important. Glass facade we will talk about, that there will be a glass facade requirements. Grenfell fire, some of you would have read in your younger times. what the Grenfell fire in London happened. And of course, fire alarm system is another topic which is very important for us to understand. How should you be able to take the signal of fire before the fire has happened? So these are some of the things which we talk about, and I will cover these in my topics today. Then you also have something which is known as active fire protection system. Now, active fire protection system, I would say as architects, is not very exciting. It is nothing which you can do too much. But as a part of the design leadership, you should know what are the active systems which are required in the project. What are the active systems? Fire extinguishers. You talk about the first aid hose reels. You talk about the wet risers. You talk about the downcomers, the yard hydrant, sprinkler system, fire alarm system. Now, these ones are all known as active fire protection system. If you go to any mall, you go to any cinema, you go to any office, you will see many sprinklers and hydrants and hose reels. You don't give any weightage to it because you're so used to seeing it. But if you do not provide the sprinkler at the right location with the right kind of a discharge pattern, your overall safety is highly compromised, because if the water is not being put off, the fire is not being put out by the water, by the sprinkler, you are actually creating situations with which the risk of the building has increased. So as an architect, you have to be very vigilant that your design includes all the requirements of these active systems, and they have all the kind of provisions which have to be made. Do not just depend upon your NEP engineer, but be vigilant yourself. When you go for a site inspection, open every cabin and check if there is a sprinkler inside the cabin or there's no sprinkler inside the cabin. The building might have sprinklers everywhere, but even if there are 4 cabins where the sprinkler has not been installed by the contractor, and if the fire happens in one of those cabins, you would not imagine the kind of problem it can create because of the uncontrolledness of the fire, because the sprinkler is absconding over there. So definitely these systems have to be provided completely at all locations. After all these aspects, one also talks about smoke mitigation system. That means we are talking about pressurization and ventilation. I will come to some interesting architectural things which you will like to learn and understand. Zoning of air conditioning system is very important. Your air conditioning system should be isolated. It should not be leading to spread of fire. Electrical safety, a lot of fire happens because of electrical short circuits. So if your consultants are not providing the right kind of wiring, the right kind of paneling, and it will be part of preventing the fire to happen. If you overload your electrical circuits, it will add to fire. So why do you want to do situations with which fire can occur itself? If you eliminate those problems, the fire will not occur. So therefore, everything will go smooth. But then you have to be careful about it. Electrical suppression system, there could be some sensitive areas where you cannot have water. So you need to have a gas suppression system. Emergency lighting, exit lighting, these are 2 different things. Emergency lighting means the right lux levels so that your areas are well illuminated. Exit lightings are lights which are telling you where the exits are. There is something which is known as fire lift. Kitchen safety plays very important role, because in many commercial buildings, when people don't take care of kitchens, they become the potential sources where the fire can occur. And a lot of hotels which we do give a very, very significant importance to kitchen fire safety. Refuge area, I will talk to you about. I will come to you in a while because that is got to do with architectural design planning. Fire control and command. I go to many buildings where they provide fire control and command in basement 1, in basement 2. And imagine if I have to reach to the fire control command room from the parked car areas in the basement 2, who is going to go there when there is already a fire in the basement? So the code mandates the fire control and command to be on the ground floor, accessible easily. You cannot tuck it in a corner and call it a very bad requirement and just try to put it like a store inside the basement. It is where the entire PA system announcement will happen. So it has to be professionally provided and designed. All of these things is not architecture. These are all active design systems. But if your architecture and these things will go hand in hand, you will attain the right life safety aspects of the project. You see things like this happening. What is this? This is a refuge area where people have installed air conditioners. If you go to something like this, again, this refuge areas which have been created are being installed with air conditioners. So where will people stand in case of refuge requirements? So these are the kind of challenges which we see. If you look at this picture, for a while, you may see that there's no problem. But the problem is that the architect has provided an electrical panel room in the mid landing of the staircase, and it has provided also a glass door. Now imagine the picture which you are seeing on the right hand side. There is an electrical panel in the landing of the staircase. If this door burns, if there is a fire inside the electrical room and this door collapses, this staircase will become completely unusable by the people who have to come out of the building. And you know, fundamental NBC requirement is no electrical wires in the staircase. That is fundamental. Now here is a building which I can tell you where it is in New Delhi, and it is of a government building, unfortunately, where they have provided entire panel room with a landing from the staircase, which is very unfortunate. You go to the Bangalore airport, they have provided a sprinkler which is handling from the false ceiling like this. Now, can somebody tell me what will happen, what you see here on the picture? You may think nothing is happening. If the sprinkler, the way it has been hanging loose by a flexible pipe, if the sprinkler actuates, it will actually be deflected in different directions because of the pressure in the pipeline. It is like a garden hose reel. What do you do with a garden hose reel? You hold it in your hand properly. But if you put the garden hose reel on the floor and you open the tap, the hose will dance. It will sprinkle water everywhere. What will happen to the sprinkler? This is Bangalore airport. The sprinkler is just been hanging from the false ceiling. This is Upahar Cinema. What happened in Upahar Cinema? As architects, you would have heard this word known as pressurization of staircase. So what did somebody do? They said pressurize the staircase. For pressurizing the staircase, what does one have to do? You have to provide fans. So the architect and the consultant put in fans which were installed in the opposite direction. That means these fans, which should have pressurized the staircase, were actually pulling the exhaust smoke from the auditorium into the staircase. What is pressurization? Pressurization is positive pressure. If I do a positive pressure of a staircase, any smoke from the space will not enter into the staircase. In this scenario, the smoke from the auditorium was sucked by the fans into the staircase and thrown out of the staircase. It is a reverse engineering which was applied because somebody thought pressurization means fans, and this is what they have done. Then you have got, obviously, you know, I've been to Calcutta. I've seen to this mall. There is this light, and then there is this sprinkler, and the architect or the MEP designer or the mall owner was so much afraid that they provided a valve behind it. So I'm just coming to some technical aspects before I try to explain you what are the things which you do not give any attention and you feel you ignore it. Now I'll show you another picture, and you have to please, you know, this is not an interactive conference which is happening, so there is a problem. Now this is a fire door. And as you can say, it has written fire rating for 2 hours. Is there anything wrong in this door? Unfortunately, you can't interact with me right now. But this door is very beautifully done. It also has a panic bar. It also has a door closure. But the one thing which has got wrong is this. That means it has got a door stopper. So what has happened in this scenario, Umesh, that the door closure, the door stopper has stopped the door. Now what has happened in this case? The door is in open position. When the door is in open position, and now I will explain you further. I request you to use your little imagination. If the door is in open position and there is a 10-story building, and let us imagine the fire has happened on the 5th story. On the 5th story, this is a scenario what you see. And the door is open. What will happen in that scenario? On the 5th floor, the fire has occurred. The flame from the outside will enter into the staircase because the door is in open position. The basic reason you provided the door was what? To keep the fire outside the staircase. In this case, when you have opened the door, you have opened the gates for the fire to enter into the staircase. So the National Building Code incorporated this clause, which you can read on the screen. Fire door and exit shall not be allowed to be in hold open position and kept closed to close by door closure spring mechanism. That means the doors cannot remain open on a staircase. They always have to remain shut, closed. And I will explain further. So I was talking about exit. Now a lot of people would imagine what is an exit. An exit is a staircase. How does everybody work together to make that exit safe? Architects, your responsibilities are that you provide the right number of staircases, the right width of the staircase, and you locate the staircases depending upon the travel distance. Now you've done a job well. You have done your good job. So are we done finished? No. When the architects have done their good work, the structural engineer provides you the right type of construction to make sure that the staircase is of 2 hours fire rated. I will tell you why am I so much insistent about 2 hours fire rating. So the structural engineer makes the staircase which is fire rated for its integrity. The interior designer comes into the picture and he provides a fire door. The door should look nice, but the door should be of the fire rating. If you do not provide the door of the fire rating, the integrity of the staircase is lost. The mechanical engineer steps into the project. He considers the requirement of pressurizing the staircase to keep it safe for the people to use the staircase and for the smoke not to enter into the staircase. The electrical engineer provides all kind of power to these fans which mechanical engineer is installing, and he also provides the exit signages to the electricity for these kind of requirements. The firefighting engineers provide sprinklers with fire stop sealing so that there is no fire which can come into the staircase. In case there is a fire, the sprinklers will douse the fire in the staircase. And very importantly, all of these people who are stakeholders actually work together as a very integral part of the team to provide you the safety. Now, can you tell me one person in this approach whom you can give leave of absence? Can you say a mechanical engineer can be on chutti? We are fine. We will do the exit ourselves. You cannot, because everybody has to work together, and we have to make sure that we not to owe the responsibility. That means there is nobody who can skip out of this responsibility. When I show you this picture, this is a picture of a hospital. And what do you see in this problem? The problem is in this picture, first and foremost, the door is not fire rated. That means it is just a normal door. A door without a fire rating has no meaning on a staircase. Then you talk about this door is in open position. There is a door closure, as you can see in the picture. But despite that there is a door closure, the door closure is not correctly working. Therefore, the door is just open without being closed itself. So these are for a hospital project. If you do a scenario like this, and then you say that there were 10 people who were lives were lost, it is very obvious. The problem is that you have ignored all these things when you were designing the hospital and when you were operating the hospital. Where is the exit in this project? As you can see on the screen. Can somebody tell me? Well, this is not an interactive session. You can't tell me. Actually, in this project, there is no exit because all the staircases are open. Now, I'll take you to the architectural planning. I think we have talked enough about basic fundamentals. Now, I'll explain you what is a travel distance. A lot of you would know travel distance is 30 meters, 45 meters, and so on and so forth. Travel distance is the red dot where you start walking and the end of the line where you have an arrow. That means the distance which you walk to reach and to be in a safe zone. Now, what you are seeing on the screen right now is a ground plus first story building. In this building, if the staircase is an open staircase and it is not enclosed, your safety definition will be at the door from where you will come out of the building. Now, let me tell you somewhere else. This is a very simple building, ground plus 2 story. Let me take you, okay, let me not put your time onto this. Let me explain you something more. Now, in fire life safety, we call, there are words of English which are known as exit access. And exit access is the path from where you walk in a given floor plate to reach to a staircase. That means, let us say you are in a mall, or you are in a hotel, or you are in an office. Typically, if you are in a building like a mall, hotel, office, if you are doing some shopping, you are watching a movie, if you are into a hotel and having food, on the 15th floor of that building, what is safe zone for you? The safe zone for you is the exit, the red box which I'm drawing right now. This is the safe zone. What does that mean? I need to walk where I'm eating my food, and there is an announcement for the exit to happen. Don't you hear when they say there is a fire in this building, please proceed to the nearest exit? You would watch Hollywood movies to do that. So what happens in that case? You leave your plate. If you're working in your office, you just keep your computer out. You get up from your seat and you start walking to the exit. What is that exit? That exit is what I'm calling you the safe exit. That means once you have entered into that exit, you are vertically to come out of the building, coming down groundwards. So that is known as exit access. What is exit? The safe zone from which you will come out of the building. And exit discharge is where you will actually come physically out of the staircase. So what happens in this scenario, that if you have a staircase which is vertically completely provided with fire doors on all the levels. Now I would not get an answer to this question, but if you exit at the 15th floor level in such a building and you enter into the staircase, and the staircase is very well protected, enclosed, pressurized with lights, don't you think you are in a safe zone in an office building? You are absolutely in a safe zone because the fire is behind your back. There is a fire door which has saved you to not get burnt and exit the building. Now imagine the fire is on the 15th floor. You are on the 15th floor. You come into the staircase, you go out. What happens? The next announcement as per protocol is to have the 16th floor people to come out of the building. Why? Because fire travels upward. So my risk after 15th floor is 16th floor. So I will make a PA announcement and I will ask the people on the 16th floor to use the staircase and come down. What will I do? I will make an announcement on the 14th floor for the 14th floor people to come out because that is just below the seat where the fire is already happening. After that, I will ask the 17th floor to people to come out. So it has to be a very logical approach with which you will be asking the people to leave the building and to come out of the building. But it cannot be a whistle that you whistle and you start all the people to come out of the building. That will lead to stampede. That will lead to chaos. So you have to do something which is known as progressive evacuation strategy. You don't have to tell everybody to get out of the building. That will have stampede. To have safe egress, you will ask the people step by step to come out of the building. So when you have this kind of a strategy and you come to the lobby level on the ground floor, the code would say out of the staircases which are coming from the top, at least 50% of staircases will go directly and 50% will go through large lobby. That means these ones are direct discharges. You see the staircase on left and you see the staircase on right. what is happening to these staircases? They are coming vertically down. They are then connected to the outside by either an exit passageway or the staircase itself is discharging you out directly. 50% staircases are bringing you to the lobby. So therefore, once you whistle and you say people have to come out, these components will be used for people to come down directly on the ground level. 50% will come through a big lobby and 50% of them will come outside directly. Umesh, I will hold. If somebody wants to say anything, I don't know if there are any questions.
Sure, sir.
If you have any questions, please put up your questions in question answer now or the chat box. Any questions so far? You can just put it up in the question answer box or chat box. Or you can just try to raise your hand in case you want to ask any question directly.
So that's fine. I think we will proceed for a while, and I will be happy if there will be questions, because then I will be able to clarify the doubts in a better way. But let's for a while, Ms. Sharma, let's proceed further for a while. So having said that, the next topic is little bit to talk about science and engineering. All of you are with architectural understanding. Now, a lot of people come and tell me what is travel distance. So travel distance is category A, orthogonal path, category B, diagonal, and category C is acceptable path. Now, how many of you in your practice understand the aspects of measuring the travel distance? What happens is most of the architects whom I know, whom we have been working earlier, they draw circles to check the travel distance. That's absolutely incorrect. Then the next betterment of architects came who started drawing diagonal distances. This is also not correct. The right mechanism to do a travel distance calculation is item number C. That means you should do right angle distances, because if you do not do the travel distance measurement to the exit, I've already explained you what is an exit. Exit is a staircase. So what happens is that if you are traveling from the place where you are shopping, dining, eating food, working in your office, you start walking from the cabin you are in to the staircase. That distance what you run or you travel is known as travel distance. So how unfair would it be that if you do a design in an office floor plate and you start putting diagonal lines to the staircase? Do you think we will walk diagonal in case of fire? We will not walk diagonal. We will go by the furniture layout of the place. So I think if you will tell me, sir, we don't have the furniture layout today, that will depend upon the interior layout. I understand. You may not have the furniture layout today. But would it be fair if you do diagonal? I think you could be honest by doing 90 degrees angles and try to see how you can still reach to the staircase from the place where you are measuring the travel distance. So I hope you maintain sincerity in doing your travel distance markup on your architectural planning. That is very important. Now we go further, what we call as a fire tower. The national, I will explain you how as an architect, you should understand the importance of fire tower. And National Building Code, we had something like a fire tower, which talked about a staircase, and it also talked about basically a staircase which is provided in the building, which is basically at a distance from the building. So if you look at the definition of old National Building Code, fire tower, and you want to implement that as a design by definition in your project, what you will do is this. This is where your fire tower will look like. So this is an impractical requirement. You cannot construct buildings which have a vertical staircase which is segregated from the main buildings and you provide corridors to connect it. This is an impractical design. It cannot happen. So the National Building Code realized, the committee we were working in, we realized that asking for these kind of requirements in the code will lead to violations. And then there will be issues where people will be criticized, architects will be criticized that they have violated the code, understanding that they have not provided the requirements of the code. So the problem is the code itself has become so impractical that architects can't do anything. And then we looked at something else. We said, what is the fire tender limit? All of you are experiencing this discussion in your projects that you need to have a fire tender moment around the building. So we did research and we found out what is the kind of fire tender which is available global. Dubai has got 53 meters fire tender, Hong Kong 52, Chicago 31, Abu Dhabi 54, Singapore 53. Mumbai we have got 90 meters. So in our wisdom, we are feeling that if you keep buying very high fire ladders, you will be able to do better. That really doesn't make any sense, because after a certain height, your fire snorkels do not work. Let's say even if you have the big money in your pocket and you buy a 90-meter high snorkel, what will you do when the building is 300 meter tall, when the building is 200 meter tall? And what is the possibility of these 90-meter snorkels to be driven in Indian conditions, in the traffic, the turning radius, the weight, the handling of these fire trucks? It's not humanly possible to drive these trucks at very high speed to reach to the spaces when these are required. So what we did was we introduced the concept of fire tower. What is a fire tower? What you see on the picture is this. It is a staircase, it has got a lobby, and it also has got an elevator. This is a beautiful picture which I will tell you how meaningful this is. This is what the National Building Code has drawn the picture of the fire tower. You can look at the NBC copy and you can understand. But now for next 2-3 minutes, let me explain you what is the benefit of providing this fire tower. We got this design from Norman Foster London office for one of the projects where they give this planning to me. And they say, Mr. Goyal, we want to do this design. Now I want to ask you something. The red box has got the elevators. The green box has got these staircases. Now if you go ahead with this design, this is option 1. Now let me take you to option 2. Option 2 is this top option where I have a staircase, I have a lobby, and also I have got a elevator. Once you have all of these 3 combined, now I want to ask you something, that in case you have a situation like this, if you have a situation like this, and if the firefighter has to enter into a building in this scenario, I want to ask you, where will be the fire hose cabinet of that firefighter? The fire hose cabinet is outside in the blue zone. So if the firefighters enter into the space which is already on fire, he has to enter into the blue zone to access the firefighting equipment. Now, it is like saying somebody that you have to go and you have to enter into the enemy zone and you have to search for the ammunition in the enemy zone. Is it possible for you to enter into an enemy zone? Yes, you can enter, but you also have to go and buy the ammunition in the enemy zone. So how much of sense does that make? The fire tower which the National Building Code prescribes has got a staircase, as you can see. It also has a fireman lift, and you can see in the corner, it also has got a fire hose cabinet. So when the fire will happen, the fireman will enter into the building through the staircase, come into this zone which is known as the lobby, and from the lobby he will enter into the space where he has to fight the fire, and he will carry the hose reel from that space into the place where he has to fight the fire. So this zone, what you see, the L-shaped zone of the lobby, actually helps you to ensure that you are entering into the enemy zone with a hose cabinet in your hand. But now also imagine that there is somebody on a wheelchair. How do you bring him out? Now you have got a situation like this. If somebody is on a wheelchair in this scenario, how do you bring him into this lobby? This lobby, if you start bringing him here, there is already fire which is happening here. But if you do a design in which you have a fire tower, what you see on the screen right now, you bring the person who is on a wheelchair into this lobby, and through this lobby, you take him into this elevator, and through this elevator, you bring him down to the ground. So that means these lifts are of no use to me. I have got a green zone which is a safe zone. And from the safe zone, I can enter into the enemy space having the hose cabinet in my hand. In the earlier design, the hose cabinet is outside the green zone. So this is where the fire tower concept has been added in the National Building Code. And in this picture, if you see, you provide a space which has got both staircase and elevator. Therefore, when the firemen come, now I want to ask you something. In a typical scenario of a picture like this, if you are a fireman, let us imagine, and you have to enter into a building which is 30-story, and the fire is on the 14th story of the building. What do you have to carry? You have to carry a breathing apparatus. You have to carry a hose reel. You have to carry an axe. You have to carry some torches. You have to carry helmets. All of that you have to carry on your physically on your body as you are climbing the building to 14 stories. Very difficult. But if you are provided with this mechanism, you can physically come at the 14th floor without carrying all these things which I mentioned to you physically on your body. Those things can be provided to you by the elevator which is designed in the fire tower. And the elevator will bring you the goods. You will come into the lobby. You will take those goods. You will put your helmet. You will put your big jacket. You will put all the kind of torch. You will put the kind of extinguisher you need. And you will be able to take the material from the elevator into the lobby and then enter into the space to fight the fire. Now let us imagine your breathing apparatus which you are using to take oxygen is finished. And you are on 14th floor. Now your breathing apparatus is finished. You want one more breathing apparatus. Now there are two ways to do it. Either you ask another fireman to go to the ground floor, bring the breathing apparatus to you back on the 14th floor. Or you yourself go down to the ground floor and take a breathing apparatus and come back on the 14th floor. Humanly not possible. But if you have an elevator, you can give a command to your ground floor colleagues and say, my name is so-and-so, I need a breathing apparatus, please supply me breathing apparatus. They will use this elevator manually to have the breathing apparatus being provided to you on the 15th floor from the ground floor. So therefore, this concept of the fire tower has been put into the National Building Code. And with that aspect, this becomes a safe zone. Another thing which we did in National Building Code was we started numbering the staircases. Now imagine if you are in a building again which is 14th floor and you are into a staircase. In that sense, if you are on a 14th floor and if you hurt your foot, you are not able to breathe. What will you tell to the fire control command? You will do very easily. You will take out your phone. You will try to call somebody. You will try to say, my name is Swati. My name is Dinesh. I am having problem in breathing. They will ask you where you are. You don't know where you are. You are in a mall. You cannot even tell you what you bright people use in your photographs, which you call it geotagging. By geotagging, you are able to tag yourself, and we tag ourselves, put on Facebook that I was in Sri Lanka, I was in Malaysia, I was in Switzerland, and you geotag yourself. But in this scenario, you can't geotag. So the code requires you to provide you the identification of this block, the floor, the staircase. This is the geotag of that staircase. If you are able to say that my name is Swati, I'm on block A, staircase number 3, 5th floor, and I can't breathe, you will be able to have rescue provided to you. There will be help which can be given to you. But if you go inside and you don't know where you are lost. So these are the things you will, God forbid, you will never witness in life. But if you witness even for once in life, it will add nightmare to you. Because it is so, I would say, depressing or nervous you will be that you enter into a zone where you have these kind of problems. Compartmentation is another issue which we have to take care in the buildings. The National Building Code prescribes you the compartmentation requirements, how you should compartment the building, not the fire to spread. We talk about, as architects, you should know what is the fire ratings of your columns and your floors. We did a lot of comparison, and you can see how the fire ratings of floors and columns are given by the structural engineers so that the building does not fall in case of fire and it remains stable. Of course, we talk about smoke mitigation. The lecture is going to be short. I think I have got another 5 minutes to go further. Pressurization is another thing we have to provide in the building. So as I told you, that you do pressurize the building to make sure that your staircases are either pressurized or naturally ventilated. So that smoke, if you have got a pressurized staircase, it's like filling up a balloon. If you fill up the balloon with air, and there will be no possibility of smoke to enter into the staircase. Similarly, there is a pressure differential requirement of, now this is science, engineering and architecture. It is not just architecture, it is not just engineering. If you don't do the right architecture, engineers will fail. If engineers will not do the right engineering, architects will fail. So you have to do a very good mix of science, engineering and architecture. All the three things put together. As you can see, we do pressure differentials to create safe zones. The National Building Code also highlights the categorization of pressurization of staircases and lift lobbies under this table. It mentions it. We have also looked at how smoke will affect the people to move. So there is a summary of pre-movement time. On Google, you can go and do a research yourself. How much time will the people take when you say that there is a fire in the building? Typically in an office building, it takes 1 minute. Whereas in a hotel building, it takes 20 minutes. So there is a lot of human psychology which is also involved when you do the design of such kind of things. Then we have got smoke management, which can be talked about with mechanical engineers, how they will do smoke management of spaces where smoke should be removed in case of fire which is happening. You see, this is an auditorium design. In case of an auditorium, again, electromechanical engineers work with situations with which your system is able to remove the smoke from the auditorium. Because the problem is when you are inside the auditorium, the fire happens, there is smoke which is getting generated. So you want to remove the smoke for people to breathe. And therefore you do some mechanism by mechanical engineers to remove the smoke. Atriums, you go to a lot of malls, you see a lot of atriums. So there is a lot of technology systems which are provided to remove the smoke from the atrium. Something I would like you to see at various malls, and specifically my friends who go by metros, you will see this green band. What is this green band? This is known as smoke barrier. So if you see this picture, the smoke barrier, which you can't make out, helps you to create smoke reservoirs. Smoke reservoir means you are ensuring that the smoke by the edge of the slab is not rising. So what happens is that the smoke is able to be created as a reservoir at the ceiling level so that you can run away easily rather than the smoke moving around into larger areas of the building. Most of you are architects, but of course we have to talk about AHUs, planning of AHUs, how air conditioning. So as architects, you should try to ask your MEP engineers, what have you done in your air conditioning planning which will not let the smoke go here and there? How will you control the smoke? There will be electrical engineers who will work with you, and you have to ask them that how you will make sure what are the components in the design which will function despite that there is fire in the building. So there is an international code which we referred, which talks about what are the various things in the building which have to function during fire scenario. And as engineers, we work on projects to provide all these things to function properly in case of fire. Glass facade. Now this is another important topic for my architects who have to be very careful in understanding that you have to provide certain panels which people can use and open in case of fire. Please understand, these operable panels are not meant to jump out of the building. These operable panels are there for you to take some air in case you are stuck inside the building. So if you really look at the international guidelines, it tells you in case you are inside a building, you are not able to use the staircase, you can open the operable panel to take fresh air. So what happened in Grenfell fire was that there was a lot of flammable material associated with the facade. So when you go to Gurgaon, you would have seen many buildings, they have removed their facades because they realized that the facade had a component which was flammable. So in case of Grenfell fire, a little bit fire which came out of the window of the building actually led to the spread of fire vertically because they were flammable materials which were used in the construction of these panels. So these were the kind of issues. Then the National Building Code also prescribes you to provide sprinklers near the windows so that in case the fire happens, the sprinkler functions as you would see in this video, and there will be an outburst of water leading to the cooling of the glass. So the glass will get cooled and the glass will not blast. So this is what the National Building Code talks about: sprinkler protection, integrity, and the external fire rating is not required. So basically, very important, we have to talk about clarity and drills. As architects, I would encourage you that you should ask questions to your electromechanical colleagues about fire safety requirements. You should be very passionate about travel distances. You should be very passionate about making sure that your design with respect to architectural planning is complete and your MEP engineers are able to provide the required electromechanical proposals to it. So if you have any questions, I would like to, of course, discuss with you. Importantly, most of us feel that these are fundamental things which are not very important. But the problem is we don't give emphasis to these things, and they can become a real problem for the people who are occupying the building. So we should give very, very close understanding, because at the end of the day, it becomes very important for you to understand that all the systems have to work together. As you dial a mobile phone, all the 10 digits, when are pressed in the right pattern, makes the call connect. If one digit goes wrong, you get a wrong number. So that's why, as architects, it is your responsibility to make sure that the digits are rightly arranged and used so that what we get is the right configuration of the system which is being planned. So I pause here myself and we can have some Q&A as you feel.
Yeah, thanks a lot, sir, and wonderful session that was, and it was timely being done. And in fact, there is one question which is being raised: if Shani ma'am has also been allowing the other expert, Mr. Yogesh sir, is also allowing for one question to be answered by sir. So we just quickly have the answer of this particular. Gargi Chatterjee have asked one question, sir. What if the safe zone is on fire along with the rest? So,
Dekho, Gargi, I'll tell you something, please. What do you call a safe zone? A safe zone is a staircase. I imagine that's what you mean to say. Now, the safe zone, if it is isolated from all the other zones by a fire door, and you do not provide any kind of combustible material. Now I'll give you an example. What you said is right. If you provide mattresses inside the safe zone, you put LPG cylinders inside it, you do electrical wires inside it, you go and do smoking over there, and you let the smoke bud fall over there on the mattress, the smoke zone, the safe zone will be on fire. You are right. But then that's a human calamity you're adding to. By requirement, you cannot do any combustible material in the safe zone. There cannot be a reason for the fire to be in the safe zone unless until you have been careless in having the things with which the fire can occur in the safe zone. Now, again, if the safe zone is on fire, I take your point. But if, what do you call safe zone? Staircase. In a building, if there are 3 staircases, 4 staircases, one is on fire, by your PA system announcement, you can ask the people to use the other staircases and not use the staircase which is on fire.
I hope this is rightly answered, Gargi. Yeah.
She said
Okay,
yes.
sir.
Thank you, Gargi.
Thank you.
I think as
Oh,
stakeholders,
this was-
please be careful if you think that there is something wrong. When I go to a hotel and I see a LPG cylinder, I call the manager and say, remove the cylinder right now. If you don't do that, you are also a problem creator, and you are actually giving the opportunity for the accident to happen.
Yes. Rightly said, sir. That was really wonderful session, sir. Thanks for your valuable time which you have taken up for us to for the students to have some kind of knowledge sharing session which has been there for an hour, and that was really good for them. And we will also like to have your session nearly future, of course, because that is totally enlightening for them.
We will like to have an auditorium session, Udesh. I'm sure it will be a
Sure,
lot of
sure.
questions when there will be an auditorium session.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Okay.
Okay, sir. Thanks a
Good
lot.
luck, Umesh. Thank you. Thank you to all the
you.
students. Please keep yourself vigilant about what's happening. That is what you can contribute to the society. My good wishes. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir. Take care.
I think, Umesh, we can immediately start with the next session. We've been joined by Mr. Yogesh
Yes.
Jagatramka. Good
Yes.
evening, Mr. Yogesh. How are you feeling?
Evening, ma'am. I'm feeling now better. And
Okay,
it's energetic
I
and charged up.
Thank you so much. I think you're a good example of commitment and dedication. I would want to point out that Mr. Yogesh had 102 fever till say about 4 p.m. and still might be running fever. But really appreciate your commitment and
Yes,
dedication
sir.
that you're here with us. Without wasting in much time, I would just extend my welcome to you and just introduce you in a very, very brief introduction. I'm sure this can go long, but I just try to make it as brief as possible. Mr. Yogesh Jagatramka is the principal designer of PS Studio, and his is the 5th generation that is into design and construction. So basically, family belongs to Rajasthan, then Jamshedpur, and now he's residing in Delhi past many years. A graduate from SRCC. So we say that design comes to you as a passion. So and post graduation.
Hello, Shalini.
Post graduation in journalism. So design comes to him as a passion. This is, I think, past many years he's into the field of design, taken up more than 2,500 projects, both residential, commercial, and corporate projects have been taken up. He's also written a book on history of kitchens. Now he is taking up another book on modularity of kitchen design. He's the founder of Club NPC with over 1,500 members from different backgrounds of manufacturers, suppliers, architects, and designers. So, Mr. Yogesh Jagatramka, over to you for this section of kitchen, modular kitchen, and modular coordinates. Thank you so much for being here.
Hello. I think there is some kind of network issue with Yogesh sir. So, okay. Yogesh sir, I say that if network is not fine, so you can switch off your camera, and then
Yeah, you can please switch off your camera so that we're able to view the contents, because I think screen sharing is there, it's showing on screen, but nothing is visible.
Hello. Do we are audible, sir? Yogesh sir? We can't able
Umesh,
to
I'll
hear you.
connect with him over the phone. Yes, let me connect with him over the phone. Yeah.
He logged out, I think, due to the network issue.
Yeah, it seems like that only. There is some kind of network issue is there.
He's joining back. There's some network issue on his side, so he's just joining back.
Okay, I think so. He's back.
He's joined now.
Yes.
I'm trying to share the content actually.
Yeah, sir, I say that please switch off your camera because it might be possible the net
Connection is not good. Just switch off your camera.
once the presentation
Can you see my
you're
screen?
sharing, yes,
Can you
sir.
Yes,
see?
it is visible. It is visible.
Great. Great. So sorry for the interruption.
No issues, sir. No issues.
Topic which I'm talking. Yeah, Shalini ma'am. Can I start?
Yeah, please go ahead, sir. Please go ahead.
Great.
Yeah.
Great. Guys, the subject which I'm talking to today is about the principle of modularity, and that too in the kitchen design. When I say it's modularity, it's a very different subject altogether. And why it's so particular about the kitchen designing, ये subject बिल्कुल different है from the one which you were just having today. अभी आप जो पढ़ रहे थे and सुन रहे थे, it was more about fire safe, more technical. But now I'm taking to a different section of the whole part of the room. And इसके इस कमरे की जो सबसे बड़ी खासियत है, that is, let me talk about kitchen a little bit. What is a kitchen? Kitchen is a room or an area where food is prepared or cooked. This is the as per the dictionary, and this is the only place in the house which is about storing, preparing, cooking, and cleaning. So what does that mean? It means this is the only place in the house which is having a lot of complication. We have fire, we have water, we have gas, we have chemical, we have wood, we have vegetable fruits, we have heat, we have masalas, we have shaft, we have balcony, we have water pipes, we have drainage systems, we have chimney and exhaust. And the designer need to take care of all of these when it comes to design a kitchen design. Now, before we talk about kitchen as a designing, what is the most important part? अगर हम living room की बात करते हैं, living room is the place where you enjoy. You talk about a bathroom, you enjoy. Master bedroom, you enjoy. The person who makes it, he enjoys. The most particular part about this room is that this is the only place, is a workplace. Here you have to work. It doesn't matter whether you are healthy, it doesn't matter आपकी तबीयत सही है, mood सही है, कुछ भी नहीं है, but you have to work. And this is the only place where you cannot relax. As such, मतलब, and this is the place अगर आप pain हो रहा है, still you can't this particular portion, which is about kitchen. And who is kitchen design? Kitchen designers are those who make this cooking enjoyable. They are the one who make the kitchen cooking experience pleasurable. Make this place जो कि most shabby होता है, जहां पर people don't want to go as such. To make that place a fun place is called a kitchen designer. To make this place a living area, not a work area. So how to design that so that you increase the efficiency of the cook there, the worker. I always call it a worker because at the end of the day, the lady or gents who is working in the kitchen is actually a worker. It doesn't matter to her or him कि वो क्या कर रहा है, but he need to work there. Designer who take this challenge of handling and arranging all these complexities and trying to develop a place which is more comfortable, is more enjoyable and pleasurable is called a kitchen design. मैं यहाँ पर before I evolve the further about kitchen, I want to take you a little history about kitchen. It is not that simple place, guys. Kitchen is the history of kitchen goes 1 million years ago when we started controlling fire, when we started controlling the real fire in this hearth. When you can see this hearth area, this was the first initial kitchen where people used to cook food in a hearth. What is a hearth? This is an hearth where a brick or a stone lined fireplace where you cook food. So this was the hearth. We can even find in some of the Indian villages this hearth still there. So I want to try to say this, that certain time people think that in India we have reached to an edge over a kitchen designing, but in interior designing it's just a beginning. For us, we have not even reached to 100, like still 100 years back. How? I'll tell you, explain you that. See, you can see there's a 12th century kitchen, and some of the students can find this in the villages still in India. This was a kitchen in 12th century where you have a fire, where you have a bucket, you have a chair, and people sit niche and cook food. So this is how a modern the old kitchen used to be. But things started converting. Till the thing actually started converting in the 18th century onwards, when we started getting stove. The Franklin stove, which was in 1795, which we can see in the Metropolitan Museum. The invention of the stove brought the whole lot of changes. This actually started converting from that hearth to a controlled fire system, and from there a lot of cooking and more scientific. मैं यहाँ थोड़ा सा explain करना चाहूंगा. Right now I'm talking about a very scientific kitchen, not the normal kitchen. So I hope you can see me. When I talk about a modern scientific kitchen, I want to take you to a journey how it all began. What happened? This lady, Kristin Asher Becher, she wrote a book in 1843. A treaty economics. She was, in a way, said to be the master of modern designs of kitchen. She was the first lady who thought about talking about planning kitchen in a more functional way, where we started talking about functionality and usability of the kitchen, where it was talked more like before that, kitchen used to be outside the house. It used to be a one room which was not considered a part of the house. So she was the one in her books. She started writing it out that how this kitchen can be brought inside the house. So this was the first treaty she wrote, but went wrong. She was not able to make it famous. So in the year 1869, she with her sister wrote another book. Why I'm giving you history, because a lot of time history has the answers for a lot of our questions. So this lady, Harriet Beecher Stowe, and along with her sister Catherine Esther Beecher, wrote this book, American Woman Home, in 1869. And you will be surprised to see this were some drawings which they did. In that year, they divided the kitchen. They talked about how their they talked that the kitchen should be divided in a functional way, that the cleaning area should be separate. I'll further show, then I'll explain. See, the drawing which was given in 1843 by these ladies. They divided in this way. The kitchen was brought. Can you see my mouse? I hope you can see my mouse. The kitchen was brought within the living room. It is between drawing room and TV room. This kitchen was done in this way that it had all the functionalities. You can see there is this area which says sink, drain, cook, flour. She separated this preparation zone from the stove room. She made a sliding door here, and she made design in this way how the air was coming in and going out, and there was stove here. This was a plan given to us in 1869. That is in long back, and we can still find it's very effective. So what happened after that? She wrote it, but in 1913, this Kristin Frederick, she further studied about it, and this was an era when world was toward the efficiency, where the world was moving toward the scientific approach of every room. So she wrote a book called New Housekeeping in 1913. What was particular about her? She for the first time talked about the workflow. She talked about how the movement inside the kitchen actually start affecting somebody. So it was said in this two diagram, she said that how if there is the placement of functional item is not proper, it will have a lot of efficiency loss in the movement of the traffic. But if it's properly functionally designed kitchen, will have a proper movement of the cook. In 1930, Now major things start happening. अच्छा, मैं एक चीज यहाँ पे कंफर्म करना चाहता हूँ to all of you. It is not that kitchen नहीं बन रही थी. Kitchen were there. What we are trying to talk about is the way which we have right now, which is more about where we are connecting together. It's right, a small house, and in that a kitchen, the primary place of the house. So this talk about that. So what happened? एक बहुत important इसमें history है. That is about house and home. This was an exhibition which was done in 1923. This was based on Bauhaus design, and this revolutionized the 20th century architect. What was that? This was the first tried to develop a small home system where you have small rooms and there was a kitchen room. In this house, this lady, Benita Koch Ote, she for the first time, along with the carpenter Eric Brendel, they designed this kitchen. You see this kitchen, and we can all relate. It's like a modern kitchen. आज की kitchen आजकल ऐसी दिखती है almost in India, and that kitchen was designed in 1923, 1920 in fact, and it was exhibited till 1923. So this was the kitchen which actually transformed a lot of things. This was based on the principle of Harriet Beecher and Christine Frederick. She talked about them, and then she developed her theory, and she manufactured this kitchen. Now what happened from there? This was an era, the world was shifting. The world was shifting from individual building to masses. And this was an era where Schutt she for the first designed famous Frankfurt kitchen. This kitchen, you can see this one. This was in 1927. And all see that it's like a modern kitchen only. So this was an era where she started making the kitchen for the masses. Now there were a lot of things before that. मैं उसको थोड़ा skip करके आगे बढ़ रहा हूँ. I'm coming to 1980. Very important person, Johnny Gray. Johnny Gray was the guy who for the first time wrote a book, Living Room in Which You Cook. The whole world is changing, where they are now designing this room where we can cook. So they were talking about how to make it more functionally smarter, how to make it more user-friendly, how to make it more, aesthetic-wise good enough. So she, for the first time, discussed about the kitchen which was placed over legs. You can see all his design, it is all on legs, and they were temporary structure. So whatever, whenever he required, he can move it this and their way. So this was Johnny Gray, very important character who contributed for the kitchen making. Now, in 1993, the Research Council of Illinois, they for the first time recognized this triangle, work triangle, where we have that the three functional areas, stove, sink, and refrigerator. For the era, the complete modern kitchen started making it out. थोड़ा सा मैं अब डाइवर्ट कर रहा हूं अपने आप को, आप लोगों को समझाना चाहता हूं. What I talked so far was about kitchen designing. So I just wanted to say kitchen designing is not that simple. It has took years and years of to understand what are the ergonomics to the kitchen, what are the what functional areas, what are the workflow, what are the things in that. But one thing which changed the history was the design principle. We all must have read in our books, there are certain design principles. The principle by emphasis, balance, contrast, rhythm, motion, and variety. So these are normal principles. But there is one principle which was missing in this lot. Explain you that and why was that needed. Before that, I'll take you to a journey again, because मैं बार-बार history बहुत बात करूंगा, because history के अंदर सब कुछ है. This character Herbert Simon, and this is a very important research work and very famous for our modern modularity theory. He talked about two watchmakers. He talked about Tempus and Hora. What he said, that there are two watchmakers, Tempus and Hora. Both were making out of 1,000 pieces. Now, Tempus over a period of time was failed, and Hora over a period of time succeeded. So what reason he explained. What Tempest did, Tempest made a watch out of the 1,000 piece directly. So when he got 1 piece order, he was able to make it. When the order increased 10 pieces, he was able to maintain. But when the order increased beyond 100 pieces, he was little difficulty. And when the order went beyond 1,000 pieces, he failed it out. So what Hora did, the one, he made the same watch. But what he did, he applied a different concept altogether. Out of the 1,000 pieces, he made 100 pieces. Every 1 piece contained 10 pieces. So in a way, it has 1,000 pieces. Now, out of this 100 pieces, he further made it 10 pieces. Now in total, he had 10 pieces. Every piece containing 10 pieces of 100 pieces each. So in a way, 1,000 pieces were there. Now to make a watch, 10 pieces and made a watch. So whenever he required to make a watch, he immediately made it. Because of his efficiency level, he don't have to make it out of the 1,000 pieces. He was able to make the watches faster and easier. And that is where the principle of modularity actually comes into play. So what is it all about? I'll explain you. Again, history. Because principle of modularity is one principle which is very famous in all the subject. Principle of modularity is about how you break your design, into small pieces, and every small piece of design can be run individually. That is what I'll explain you that a little later, but I'm just trying to go in the history first. So this person, Dater Ram was a student of architect and interior designing from the Rennes University of Applied Sciences in the 1947. He joined Brown, the famous utensil maker, and then he joined a company called Wittsoe, the furniture maker. He was a very important person because for the first time he applied this principle of modularity of small pieces and made to make a furniture. What he did, there is a very famous modular furniture called 606 universal shelving system. If you'll see this system, this is a very, what to say, you can say this like a it is the example of what a modular furniture can be made. This is still very practical, where you can see every part is separate part and it can be fitted anywhere and every time. Get a result. This is called 606 universal shelving system and very famous art. And Wittsoe, because of this design, was able to claim the mastery over the modular furniture. So this is the Dater Ram concept of 7th principle of design is what I'm actually talking about. This 7th principle, like if must have seen that with the era of modern kitchen, the demand of kitchen was increasing, the production of kitchen was increasing, and we were moving from an obsolete kitchen, a kitchen which is heavy in nature, to a kitchen which is modern in nature, which was more scientifically designed and which was scientifically produced. So the demand of kitchen was increasing. To maintain that demand, the principle of modularity came into play. So what is this 7th design principle? It talks about problem partitioning and abstract. What does that mean? When we have a huge full design concept, for example, you need to understand this. An architect designed a city, smart city. Out of that, one portion is designed as a colony. Out of that colony, there is a building. Out of that building, there is a flat. In that flat, a floor. In that floor, we have a flat. In that flat, there is a kitchen. Now, there has to be some kind of design system, design synergy, with which this all are attached together. The way attached. So the problem partitioning talks about how a bigger problem is broken down into small pieces. As the small pieces is designed separately, individually, can be manufactured individually, and then at the end of it, this design attached to the major design automatically. For example, I'll give an example of problem partitioning. We have a computer, CPU is a different body, motherboard is a separate thing, chips are separate thing, graphic card a separate thing, cable separately. These all are designed separately. All are R&D separately. All are, but their system, the system with which they are getting connected, the system which is getting connected to each other is called, the system is called system of modularity, where there is some principle with which we are attaching them. So what I'm trying to explain you here, when we are designing a kitchen is not in isolation. There has to be some system with which it is getting attached to the parental body. And even in the kitchen, we divide subsection. Every section, how that system is getting attached to each other is called the what we do to conquer it's this principle talks about divide and conquer. For example, we want to learn how to produce more channels. If we don't have a drawer system, so we improvise on a drawer system by doing an R&D only on drawer system. So we can conquer that drawer system by dividing it in this way that design doesn't impact by just improving the drawer system. It improves the efficiency of design. There is an interconnection, the most important part, that these two designs are interconnected to each other. Like for example, I'll give you another example. Suppose a mobile phone, we know that when we see a mobile phone, we can easily make it out what kind of charger it is. Like for example, if we have an Apple charger, so we have an Apple phone. So there is some system with this, which this Apple charger is getting connected to an Apple phone. So a USB charger will not come into an Apple charger, Apple phone. But for USB charger, we have to have separate set of instructions. There has to be some separate set of user interface where this USB charger will insert in the USB slot. So we need to identify which charger is getting adapted where and why. So this is actually called interconnection in a different way. What is an abstract design? Now, for example, when we have that, if you remember, Hora has made that 10 pieces out of 100 pieces. Now each piece is individually identified now. Now every time he need to make a watch, he was using that one slot. So one piece is functionally defined. Okay, what will be the work of that work? For example, अगर हमें मालूम है that kitchen का जो drawer systems है, it is mainly used to take the drawer systems outside the body. Just hold on. Sorry. So अगर मुझे किचन का लिफ्ट किसी शटर को lift up, so if I want to lift up, I know that I need to use a mechanism which is in the lift up manner. So the function of that hinges is to make it open out. But if I'm using a drawer system, I'm making the system slide out. So that's called art of abstract. Now I'll talk about hierarchy of design. See, I'm trying to explain a very big concept in a very small manner because this project is actually modularity principle is too huge and it need to be understood in a very different manner. Why it is now very adaptable. There are two kind of system. जैसे पहले क्या होता था? We had a place and everything we could design from there. But what is the peculiar about kitchen? Kitchen is not made in isolation. When we design a kitchen, it is already there are certain elements which are fixed. For example, plumbing points have been given, drainage system has been given, the window has been given, or so if we are designing from there, we don't have all the freedom of layout. So that system is called bottom up, where we have something and from there I'm arising to a design. And nowadays, even if we are going further ahead, kind of design where complete modules have been designed. Now from the modules, we are designing a kitchen. So it is again a bottom up designing system where we have one module and from there We can't change the modules, but what we can do is we can change the placement of the module. So we are just changing the placement of the module and we are getting it's basically a business. So what is the modularity of design? Our design modularity is more about talking about dividing the whole design structure into small parts, and every part is further explained. For example, if you want to make a kitchen can be divided into 6 elements. One is countertop, one is backsplash, one is cabinet, one is hardware, one are your appliances. Now, when we talk about backsplash, we have a different dimensions which talks about it. When we talk about countertops, we all know there's an ergonomics which works here, and we have to define at what height this platform need to be placed. Now, when we talk about kitchen cabinetry, there is a different set of designing system which talks about kitchen cabinetry. There are different kind of hardware needed. When you go in the kitchen, we have functional hardware, we have your cabinetry functional hardware, we have cabinetry utility hardware. So there are different things which we need to design and define. When we are defining this in a different manner, then the modularity principle actually adapt there. That we have to understand which design element is needed to be used where. For example, I want to open up a drawer system. I want to open a drawer out. So we know the function which needed is a drawer system. Now a drawer system has its own limitation. For example, हमें मालूम है कि 20 इंच का ड्रॉर कितना लेगा, उसको क्या डेप्थ चाहिए, क्या एरिया चाहिए. Again, if you are using a hinges, there are several kind of hinges, and every hinge has a very particular. For example, if I am using a hinge, a pie hinge gives a very different function altogether. So we need to understand what is the function of a pie hinge. So if using a blind hinge, it's totally different. The result might be same, but a slight difference will differ the whole output differently. So that's how the principle of modularity actually works in. So where we divide the whole design into small parts called modules, and every module is made and created separately. There is an interface. Samajna. There is an interface with which these designs are connected to each other. So this interface of connecting designs is actually called the concept of modularity. Every time these modules are applied, it will give the same result, and each result is independent than the other. For example, के तौर पे, if I am applying a large utensil basket, the function has been identified. Every time I apply a large utensil basket, I'll get the same result. If I'm applying a lift up, I'll get the same result. It's not that sometimes lift up will give me, it goes up, sometimes lift up comes down. So it's not like that. We need to identify which modularity function is applying where and where. Now, one of the most important part, एक सवाल I want to ask everybody. नॉर्मली क्या होता है, हम मॉड्यूलर फर्नीचर्स की बात करते हैं. मॉड्यूलर, जब हम किचन के अंदर मॉड्यूलर फर्नीचर में घुस जाते हैं, तो नॉर्मली क्या होता है, द मैन्युफैक्चरर्स आर ट्राइंग टू प्रमोट टू अ डायरेक्ट कस्टमर कि भाई you buy a modular furniture. But I want to ask one question. क्या किसी ओनर को who is cooking कोई फर्क पड़ता है कि उसका किचन खुले या नहीं खुले? Is it made in modules or not made in modules? I don't think so. It doesn't matter to a user whether the kitchen can be shifted or non-shifted. It doesn't matter. So it's actually, this talks about the design principle, but as a designer, it matters to me whether my system is replaceable or non-replaceable. So the theory of modularity is a theory which is affecting as a designer, not as a user. It's very important to understand that when we are dividing, that we can replace any module. For example, अगर हमने kitchen बनाई और उस kitchen के अंदर कोई part को हम replace कर सकते हैं, तो वो as a designer मुझे फर्क पड़ता है, because वो मेरी usability को बढ़ाता है. मेरे टाइमलाइन को बढ़ाता है, मेरे स्पीड को बढ़ाता है, मेरे फंक्शंस को बढ़ाता है. तो दैट्स द रीजन एक यूजर को फर्क पड़ता है अबाउट द मॉड्युलैरिटी, नॉट टू द एंड यूजर. ओके, आई वांट टू मैम ने कहा था कि क्वेश्चन आंसर्स के ज्यादा लेक्चर नहीं लेंगे, विल टॉक अ पैनलिस्ट, so I have kept it a smaller one so that we can actually interact now, because the subject which I'm talking about ये एक सेकंड में नहीं आ पाएगा, because it's very deep. It is I've tried to consolidate everything, so we can now open up the cameras. I'm stopping this part.
Fine,
Because I have
Mr.
time, I think.
Gurupranka, well understood. Thank you so much for the deliberation. I think concept of modularity in history of kitchen is well understood. The forum
to
is now
stop sharing,
open
ma'am?
for questions. Yes. The students, please put up your questions
How
in the
to
chat
stop
box
share?
or in the question answer box so that we can put it up to Mr. Yogesh. 2 minutes, we can wait for the questions for the students to be putting them up. We'll take up as they come.
Yes, ma'am. See, आप लोगों को समझ में आया what I'm talking about? Normally, when we talk about the principle of modularity, it is about a principle with which every designer can design his bigger concept. जैसे for example, आपको एक wardrobe create करना है. अब वो wardrobe कहाँ लगेगा, क्यों लगेगा, उसका break किया, we broke that whole element in different things. Now every part we understood as a designer. ये क्या क्या effect रहा है and how that wardrobe is getting connected, how it will be affecting the overall design structure. तो उस पूरे structure को समझने के लिए we need to understand how my wardrobe is going to react to the remaining part of the room. It is not in isolation. My wardrobe is not there in isolation. The wardrobe is getting fitted in one of the part of the design. So it is a broader design is there, and out of that, wardrobe is just one part of it. So now, if we don't understand the principle of modularity, how they are connected, it will be like a aloof piece. So we need to understand how they are interacting, how this design is interacting to each other. That's what the modularity of design actually talks about.
There's a lot to learn. It is just a too wide a topic for us to understand. When we talk about
Can't hear
kitchen, I don't think that that's
can't hear
easy for. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Umesh,
I
am
can't
I
hear you.
audible? Umesh, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
So thank you. I thought maybe the sound is not reaching Mr. Yogesh. Yeah.
Our
So
voice
I think what I'm trying to convey is the topic. I mean, when we talk about modularity, and especially when we talk about kitchen, modular kitchen design, it is just something which is very, very elaborate and wide. So cannot be taken up in a few hours. It has its own practical implications. So every counts here. So because we have our own kind of fittings and fixtures that have to be set in a stipulated space and place. Okay, maybe there is some network issue with you. That is why you're not able to hear me. I think let me find out if I'm not audible to him, how will we be able to take the questions? So that is another problem. I am not audible to Mr. Yogesh, Arvind ji. So उनका मुश्किल होगा.
एंड पे भी नेटवर्क का इशू है और सर के एंड पे भी नेटवर्क का इशू है.
अच्छा, okay, right, okay. Actually, a lot of things are on my system so simultaneously. That is why maybe it is an issue. I think we can end the session, and if the students have questions, in their respective class group so that we can put it forward to Mr. Yogesh for him to answer. I would now end today's session, extending my thanks to all the 4 speakers that have come here today, given their valuable time and input. I am very, very sure that this has been of lot more importance to the students in a way that what has been learned is included in their learning, and that has enhanced their knowledge to and taken it upward next level and next upgradations. Mr. Siddhant, Ms. Ruchika, Mr. Sandeep, and Mr. Yogesh, all the 4 speakers, thank you so much. Tomorrow we'll be again connecting at 12 for the 4th day session. I'm actually pleased to announce that we will be taking it from the university as the university is reopening tomorrow. So you will see the backgrounds will be very, very different. So thank you so much, all the faculties, all the day in charges and coordinators being here. Mr. Yogesh, thank you so much for sparing that time for us. Thank you all to be making it as a teamwork. Students, you have to join in 100% attendance because this is extensively and exclusively being given for you just to enhance and add value to what you've learned till now. So thank you so much. Please take care and see you tomorrow at 12 with another round of 4 sessions. Bye-bye and take care.